Here we go. A Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash is live. What's going on, South Jersey? I am your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there on a crisp South Jersey Wednesday. Action-packed for you. A lot of news going on nationally, locally as well. The Eagles have made a roster move today, which is somewhat interesting, I feel like. It is kind of ripping the Band-Aid off, taking a step in the right direction kind of move today for Philadelphia. Sixers tonight, taking on the Bulls. Got some news on Tobias Harris. It's similar to the news you're hearing about Aaron Rodgers for Tobias Harris. More on that coming up. Also, we have a World Series champion and how it ties into the Phillies. We'll discuss coming up a little bit later on as well. I actually watched a lot of the World Series Game 6 last night. I don't know how many people of you were interested in it, but I did watch the Braves and the Astros, and the series was pretty good. Last night's game was kind of a stinker. I mean, Max Fried was like the left-handed version of Greg Maddux last night. He was great, and it just was refreshing to see a well-pitched game win the World Series. I mean, here are the Houston Astros playing in the World Series do-or-die game, and they got a bunch of ass clowns out on the mound. It's ridiculous. You're throwing a bullpen game in the biggest game of your season. I just don't understand how the manager and the front office come together, and they're like, we need to win this game. And the best option we have is this. Are you serious? Good for you losing 7-0. I picked the Braves to win the series, and I hope you bet that when I told you to do it. It was plus money at the time. I think it was plus 140 when the series started, and good for the Braves. Look, I'm no Braves fan. I mean, they reside in the NL East, and it was, obviously the Braves of the 90s were kind of the nemesis of not the nemesis of the Phillies. The Phillies sucked in the 90s. Who are we kidding? For 1 year, 1993, the Phillies and Braves met up. But, I'm not saying I was cheering for the Braves, but for the Astros, I mean, they got to throw a bullpen game. I'm not anti-bullpen game, but if that's your strategy, you deserve to lose. If you go into a World Series and part of your strategy is bullpen game. Look, I like the Rays. I love what the Rays do. I love the underdog mentality. They have to do it. The Houston Astros have a payroll of over $200 million. Find a freaking starter to start Game 6 of an elimination game in the World Series. For God's sakes. I mean, they're down 3-0 right out of Jump Street. In the third inning, they're down 3-0 because they got, a bullpen guy out there pitching the game. Come on. They deserve to lose. As much as you don't like to see the Braves win because you're probably, they're in the Phillies division. Look, they were 88-73. They are what baseball is. Baseball had in this year's playoff field, think about this. In this year's playoff field, you had 100-win Tampa Bay. You had 107-win San Francisco, 106-win Dodgers, and none of them won. 95-win Brewers, they didn't win. 90-win Cardinals, they didn't win. 95 Astros, they didn't win. Chicago White Sox, 93, they didn't win. Boston had 92. New York, 92. All of those teams had 90 wins or more, and the team that had 88 was the one that got in and won the World Series. The Phillies won 6 fewer games than the Braves did. So on a grand scale, Atlanta lost almost 20 games, won almost 20 games less than San Francisco, who won 107. Atlanta won 88. So I guess the question is Philadelphia right there? If they are 89-win team this year, are they on the precipice of being a World Series champion? There's the issue. Atlanta was under 500 at one point. And if you watch the series at all, many people out there, I don't know how much you were really focusing in on this series. You've got Jorge Soler, who was hitting 190 when he got traded by Kansas City over to Atlanta. 190, like 196 or something like that. They went out and got, they lose Ronald Acuna Jr., who is maybe would have been the MVP in the National League. You lose him, and you're about 500, and people are like, look, the Braves, like, they're out of it. And what do? They went out and got like 4 pieces at the deadline. The Philadelphia Phillies could have had the same blueprint. Could they not have? They could have said, all right, like the Braves, Josh, can you get me what the Braves gave up to get what they got? I mean, I don't know that there's one recognizable player that they went out and got at the deadline that added to this team that they gave up anything for. I mean, this literally could have been Dave Dombrowski saying, we'll take Jorge Soler and we need an outfielder because the Phillies needed an outfielder. Did they not? Adam Duvall, Jock Peterson, they went out and got a bunch of guys who were really nondescript players where they were and said, look, let's take a shot. We're in a division that's up for grabs right now. The Phillies didn't make that decision. Now, they had excellent starting pitching, and then they lose Charlie Morton. They had an unbelievable bullpen. I mean, if you watch the Braves in this series, that's what I talked about a couple of weeks ago. It was a Thursday show we did, and I talked about how Mintner, Matzik, and Jackson and Will Smith, the Phillies just don't have those guys. But what the Braves did, and who won the MVP of the series? Was it Soler or was it Swansby? It was Soler, right? He hit 3 homers. And he was a guy that was hitting 196 at the time they went and got him. So last night, the Braves win the World Series. They had 88 wins. They had the lowest amount of wins of anybody who made the playoffs. They had 19 less wins than the San Francisco Giants. They had basically the longest odds of winning the World Series at one point of all the teams that made the World Series. I think at one point they were like 50-1 to win the World Series. And here they are winning the World Series. I mean, in baseball, it's not, in football, you get a 13-3 team, which of course is now 16 games, a 14-3 team playing a team that is 9-8. A lot of times there's a pretty big difference between the talent on those teams' rosters. In baseball, keep in mind, with divisional play, the Braves are playing the division in the East. You're playing a different schedule than the Dodgers and the Giants are. You're playing an entirely different schedule in baseball. So the amount of wins a team has isn't really indicative of who that team is sometimes. Because quite frankly, I get it. The NL East is not some powerhouse division, right? They're not like, hey, the Braves got stuck playing the Phillies and the Mets and the Marlins and the Washington Nationals. No. But on the flip side, you have the West out there where these teams are 107 wins and 106 win team. You had the Arizona Diamondbacks who had 52 wins. They were one of the worst teams in baseball. You're playing that team 18 times. Keep that in mind. Now, flip side of that, when you are playing your crossover American League games, the Phillies and the Braves in the National League East, they're playing Tampa, Boston, the Yankees, and the Blue Jays. So they're stuck playing 4 of the best teams in baseball in their interleague games. Where out west, you're playing Texas, L.A., those 2 teams, not very good. Oakland's okay this year. Seattle, typically not very good. So baseball, it's really hard to say based on wins. Well, they had 107 wins, and they only had 88. How many times is the team that had the least amount of wins? St. Louis did it a couple of years back when they beat the Phillies. They were an 88, 89 win team or something like that. They win the World Series. So are the Phillies that far off with 82 wins? It feels like it, doesn't it? It feels like it. It feels like the Phillies are far off. But maybe that's just because in our minds we're like, well, this team won 100 games and they have 95 and they have 107. You're nowhere close to those teams. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. I don't know. It just feels like they're farther away than closer after watching a lot of the playoffs and the World Series. What do you got?
All right, so here are all the trades that the Braves made after Ronald Acuna, their best player, got injured this year.
Okay.
So they first traded for Jock Peterson, a minor leaguer named Bryce Ball.
Okay.
That was it. They only traded one guy for him. Then they acquired Stephen Voigt by trading away another minor leaguer named Mason Byrne.
Mm-hmm. Now, full disclosure, I don't know much about these minor leaguers from the Atlanta Braves to say.
So it's just one minor leaguer.
I'm just saying, but that could be their third best prospect. I don't know that.
When they acquired Richard Rodriguez, they trade away Ricky DeVito and Bryce Wilson. Then they traded Casey Kalich, who I've heard of as a pretty good prospect, for Jorge Soler. They traded away an on-the-roster player, Alex Jackson, to the Marlins for Adam Duvall. And they traded Pablo Sandoval to the Indians for Eddie Rosario and cash.
So they didn't give up a whole heck of a lot of organizational talent.
Yeah, they gave up two on-the-roster players and at least one.
Well, Pablo Sandoval, let's be honest, is a guy at the end of the line here.
Right.
Right.
He was on the major league
That would
roster.
be the equivalent of the Phillies trading Brad Miller to get somebody.
Basically.
Yeah, essentially, right? I mean, Sandoval, you can say, has more success in this league than Miller has. Just a player of that level right now.
Right,
kind of a
caliber.
Utility pinch-hitting guy that you traded to get a player who helped you win the World Series. The point is this. You just kind of mapped it out. They didn't give up a whole heck of a lot, and they took a shot. They said, look, these players might not work out, but we're going to take a shot with a bunch of these guys who maybe we catch lightning in a bottle. And look where they are today, and look what the Phillies are thinking about.
Listen, the Braves acquired two players who were extremely important to their success in one day, that being Soler and Rosario. They acquired them both on July 30th, right before the deadline. So you could argue that the Braves went out and acquired their World Series ring back in July.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. And who knows what happens if Acuna doesn't get hurt? I'm not suggesting, I mean, he's better than all of the guys, but who knows what happens because they got four guys, all of which really helped them big time. I mean, Soler wins the MVP.
Right, and
Rosario was huge
in the
NLCS. They got four guys that helped them win this thing. Maybe just having Acuna isn't enough.
And listen, Duvall had a great second half of the season, too, for Atlanta. He was bashing home runs left and right. So the Braves never gave up on their season and said, we're going to keep trying. And they went out and acquired all these guys, and they won the World Series.
Yeah, it's an amazing story. Now, the fact is this. The Phillies are – all season starts now. The offseason starts now for the Phillies. They are 6 wins behind the Braves. So forget about wins and losses where you are with everybody else. You would need to find a way to get 7 more wins to overtake where they are. That team's here to stay, I would imagine, for a little bit while. They have a big decision to make with Freeman in the offseason. Now, I would imagine they're going to bring Freeman back. He probably wants to go back, but he is a free agent. The Phillies, as we know, have massive holes to fill and have questions all over the place. Bullpen, shortstop. It doesn't sound like third base is on their list of things that they think they need to improve. Left field, center field, a lot of decisions to make. How do you get those 7 extra wins? Now, keep in mind, Atlanta played 1 less game. So if they win that game, they could be at 89, which would put them 7 games ahead. So you might need to find 8 more wins conceivably. And the Phillies have a lot of work to do. They got their work cut out for them because they don't have a lot of tradable pieces. But if you are Dave Dombrowski, you are watching what the Braves just did. And I'm wondering if next, I know this is a long way off, but next trade deadline, if you're in a similar spot, do you bag it like you did this year? I don't want to say they bagged it, because they did go out and get Kyle Gibson and Kennedy to close games out. But that's all they did. And the Braves went out and got 4 outfielders. The Phillies could have used a couple extra outfielders, for God's sakes. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Mike, the Dodgers threw a bullpen game in the NLCS with a $260 million payroll. Something about baseball is fundamentally broken. The starting pitcher talent is obviously way too thin for 30 teams. You know, whoever sent that text message, whatever your name is, the fact that you brought that up is great. That the Dodgers with a $260 million payroll. Now, that being said, they did lose Trevor Bauer because he's a freak, and they lost Kershaw because he got hurt, and then they end up losing Scherzer.
Right. Basically, his arm went dead.
So they did lose 3 pretty high-profile pitchers in that situation that forced them to kind of go down that road. But even that, like,
they
10
made some
years
strange
ago,
decisions, though. Like, they were going to start Urias, and they went to the bullpen game, and Dave Roberts' explanation for it made no sense. They made some weird decisions along the way.
They absolutely did. But a lot of these teams are making weird decisions based on, I think what this guy's alluding to is teams fundamentally broken. I mean, baseball fundamentally broken. That the decisions they're making are broken decisions based on where the game has gone. You know, you don't like to be a conspiracy theorist, but you throw out there that did the owners come together and say, God almighty, we're paying starting pitchers way too much money. Like, this is ridiculous. These guys pitch once every 5 days, and they're making more money than everybody on our roster. Like, we've got to figure out a way to lower our cost on that position. So how do we do it? Well, let's not use them. Let's de-incentivize.
Let's hire a bunch of analytics guys who will tell everybody not to pitch them as much.
Whatever it is, but it's worked, right? Like,
Sure.
The starting pitcher has been devalued so much
Sure.
that now I don't need to pay for that guy. Well, Max Fried last night pitched what? All of, I think, 6-7 innings last night. What did he get into the? When did they pull him last night?
I know he had basically 60 pitches.
6 innings. He threw 6 innings last night. Okay. He threw 6 innings last night. And during the broadcast, they had said that Fried has now gone deeper into the game than any pitcher in the World Series. I mean, think about this. Just go back to a Braves World Series game in what, 89? When they played Minnesota? And Jack Morris is pitching in the 10th. This guy got to the 6th, and people are doing freaking jumping jacks.
Max Fried had 74 pitches through 6 innings.
Right.
He wasn't even close to 100 pitches, Mike.
He wasn't. And the fact is, he had the best outing of any starting pitcher in the World Series, and that includes pulling a guy who had a no-hitter going. How many innings did Ian Anderson pitch tonight? He had a no-hitter going. 4?
4.
You had a no-hitter going, and you took the guy out of the game. You talk about devaluing what a starter brings. The guy's got a no-hitter going. Let's get him out of the game. When that text message, and I like to give that guy credit, he didn't leave his name, but whatever you're thinking is correct, that something is fundamentally broken, that an 88-win team wins the World Series because in a series where they don't use a starting pitcher further than 6 innings. And to win the World Series, they had a team in the Houston Astros, which, let me see, 2021 MLB payrolls.
By the way, really quick while you do that, Ian Anderson threw more pitches in his shortened no-hit bid than Max Fried did last night.
That's a Jason Stark tweet for you. That's baseball. Tweet that out at Jason Stark. Houston has the 4th highest payroll in baseball, $194 million. And the best they could come up with last night is Garcia throwing a bullpen game, essentially. Luis Garcia, and I mean, he's a starter for the most part, but I think the mindset for them last night was kind of like bullpen game, right? Garcia I think he started most of his games this year. He did start for them, and he had a decent season. But the mindset of, hey, we're going to get you out in the 3rd inning if you're struggling. Boom, he's out of the game last night, and now you're in the middle of the 3rd inning, and you're into a bullpen game already.
It's ridiculous.
It really is. It really is. Baseball has a broken situation there. So we'll start with that, with the World Series. But when we come back, Sports Bash is live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry's here in about 20 minutes. Paul Hudrick on the Sixers situation, because Tobias Harris is going to miss a lot of games. I mean, I think he's going to miss like 6 or 7 games coming up. Also, Kevin Durso, the Flyers are off to a hot start. That game was sloppy last night, but there was one thing in the game that really stood out. We'll discuss coming up at 3:40 today. Fine Five, Ugly Five, Cup of Joe Valerio talking football tonight at 5 o'clock. You don't want to miss those segments. We just talk football. We kind of get a perspective from inside the locker room, what it's like midweek, getting, past the Sunday game and now focusing on the next game at hand, as the Eagles are set to do with the Chargers. The Eagles made a move today, and I'll tell you why it's a very interesting look inside the organization's thoughts. It's coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. Sports Best Wednesday brought to you by Deborah Heart and Lung Center. When it's your heart, you don't take chances. Be sure to demanddeborah.org. I'm Mike Gill. Good to have you on a Wednesday. Hopefully you're enjoying the day. Nice and crisp and cool outside. I like this kind of weather. I still got the shorts on, though. Still going shorts. I'm not ready to make that turnover just yet. Sixers and Bulls tonight. No Tobias Harris. I got more details coming up. Paul Hudrick in about an hour. Mike McGarry in 13 minutes. The Eagles today released linebacker Eric Wilson. He was a healthy scratch on Sunday. And it's kind of an indication to me that the Eagles organization has done something that sometimes they get criticized for. They are ready to make a commitment to looking at younger players. Davion Taylor is a guy that they are going to take a longer look at. And I think they have to be somewhat commended for that for once. I mean, today, Nick Sirianni said, and he called Davion Taylor out by name. He said, with Davion developing and doing some good things, we wanted to get him more playing time. You know what? Great answer. Nick Sirianni, I've been critical of things that he said. I've been critical of his game plans, but that's the answer. Why is Eric Wilson not here anymore? Well, guess what? He's a veteran player who wasn't helping us. We wanted Davion Taylor to get more snaps, and he's a young player. He's going to make mistakes. We need to get him more snaps to see if he can play, for God's sakes. This guy was a third-round pick. We got to find out if he can actually play for this team. We have been lacking linebackers. This organization and this regime have been blasted for their inability to find linebackers. We need to find out if Davion Taylor can play. I got no problem with that answer. He went on to say one of the reasons why they got rid of Eric Wilson is he doesn't play well. He didn't say he didn't play well. He just doesn't do special teams. And they had other linebackers, Sean Bradley, a guy they drafted, Alex Singleton, a guy they found off the street. He's their special teams captain. So you got Bradley, who's better than Wilson on special teams, Singleton, who's better than Wilson on special teams. So guess what? They went out and said, we signed this guy in the offseason. We made a mistake. Let's just forget. Let's move on from the mistake. I got to give you credit for that. But the bigger credit is, hey, recognizing that Davion Taylor was a third-round pick who's got a lot of ability, and maybe he's raw, but to just get him on the field and find out whether or not he's ready to play at this level. And you know what? Sometimes, not always, but sometimes, guys are just better in games than they are in practice. Sometimes if you just give them an opportunity, and I'm not saying that, hey, if you stink in practice and you don't give it 100% in practice, but maybe sometimes you are just better in a game situation than you are in a practice situation. So let's find out if Davion Taylor can play. So far, Taylor's been okay. I mean, in pass coverage, he's rough, man. He is rough in pass coverage, but he's an athletic linebacker that sometimes makes up for his mistakes with his athletic ability and his ability to kind of get around blockers. If you watch him sometimes, he's got so much speed and athleticism. He can go side to side a lot. They just got to really get him some game experience. This is a guy who didn't, if you remember when they drafted Davion Taylor out of Colorado, he didn't play a whole heck of a lot entering. He has something where he didn't play, I forget, some religious background where he didn't play games on, what was it, Josh? Like Friday nights, he didn't play games or something?
So his mom was a seventh
To
day.
be clear, by the way,
Yeah.
I'm not knocking him. I'm just explaining that he didn't play games because of some religious, I think it was religious, right?
It was really. So his mom was Seventh Day Adventist, which they observe the Sabbath that starts at midnight Friday. The sun goes down Friday into Saturday. So it's basically sunset to sunset is how the Sabbath works for Seventh Day Adventists, certain Jewish customs and things like that.
So if they played like a Saturday afternoon game, he couldn't play.
He could have played Saturday afternoon as long as the sun hadn't set yet. So he was able to play a couple games in high school because the sun hadn't set yet. But he wasn't able to play the full schedule because when the sun sets, that's the Sabbath.
Right. Now, that doesn't affect him on Sundays.
Well, it doesn't affect him because his mom doesn't really have control of his, anything anymore. He didn't do it because of him. He did it because of his mom.
Well, what about in college?
He played in college.
I thought, though, that he missed some games in college because of the same
reason. He missed it very, very early on.
Okay.
But over time, his mom basically said, look, I understand you're your own man. You're going to do what you're going to do. You don't have to do everything I tell you to do anymore,
Okay, well,
basically.
all right. So I knew that he missed.
But in high school, he played almost no high school ball.
Right. He was very raw going to college. And then in college, he was very raw because he didn't play a lot of high school ball.
Correct.
And then he gets drafted. I think he left early from Colorado. And now he's in the NFL. And you got this raw prospect who's just oozing with this athleticism. And the Philadelphia Eagles last year, he was hurt. I mean, but you could tell. I mean, I remember talking to Moshe and the Football at Four guys, and they're like, this guy's not ready to play.
Right.
Sometimes, though, the only way you're ready to play, here's the thing. I understand if you're not ready to play. But if you're not ready to play and you're playing a bad guy in front of me, then just let me go play.
Let me learn.
Let me make my mistakes. That guy's making a ton of mistakes. He stinks. I might not be very good right now, but I'm not stinking because I stink. I'm stinking because I'm just not experienced enough. And in a season where I've won, 4 freaking games, now I get it. I think he missed some time with injury last year.
Yeah, he had the calf injury, so it wasn't ideal.
So here's the question. Are you just giving him on the job? Like, this just goes back to the mindset of the organization. Mm-hmm. Where are they in their mind? They're 3-5. They're a game out. Do you just play a guy out there and say, go get experience, or are you trying to play the best guy to try to win the game to try to make the playoffs?
I think they're trying to do both. I think they're trying to serve two masters.
Okay, so does Davion Taylor fit both? Is he the best guy, and does he help you win the most?
That's an incredibly hard question to answer, because if you go by the game on Sunday against the Lions, you say he can help you win games. If you look at a couple of the games before that, when he got roasted on a few plays.
There's no question if he's on the field and a team wants to pick on him, they're going to pick on him.
Right. So he can be a vulnerability, but when you put him in a position to be successful, like the Lions game where they were attack, you can kind of cover up some of those flaws.
See, one of the things, too, is John Gannon wants to play his safety so deep. He doesn't want to get beat over the top.
Right, the 2 shell cover.
That's fine. Then get creative with your linebackers. Play one linebacker in a dime situation. Use Davion Taylor as an extra blitzer. Utilize his athletic ability off the edge. See if he can cause some havoc into the backfield, right? And you can still have your safeties back. Now, the problem you might say is, well, now you have one linebacker in coverage to tackle, but you got your 2 safeties behind him, theoretically. So send a little extra pressure with a guy like Davion Taylor or Jannard Avery. Utilize them in what they do the best, rush the passer. They have good athletic ability. I've talked about before, sometimes you have guys who are good blitzers and bad blitzers. What does that mean? You have good instincts about blitzing, meaning, hey, I know when to get off the ball. I know the crack to find. I have that spin move in my arsenal. Those kind of things make good blitzers over bad blitzers, where you're a bad blitzer, the ball snapped, you don't get off the ball right away, you don't disguise where your blitz is coming from, you don't have that crafty, like defensive linemen have a bunch of different moves, spin moves, swim moves, up and under. They do all sorts of things when they're in a one-on-one battle. But when you're a blitzer, you might not have this bag of tricks, but you only need to pull it out every once in a while.
Right. It's not like they're putting Jannard Avery on the field every down. He's only out there situationally. When he's out there situationally,
send him.
Let him go. Let him run loose.
Get him to the quarterback, my friends.
To me, Mike, this gets back to the whole thing. When the Eagles play an attack defense, when they're aggressive, when they let their boys hunt.
Don't have to blitz like every single snap, like some of these people out there.
You got to let the boys hunt. You got to let them go.
Your personnel has guys who suggest I can blitz more. Right. I've got Davion Taylor. What is he? He's an athlete who can get to the quarterback.
I got Avery. I got Sweat.
All those guys. I now have more pieces that can get to the quarterback.
Stop letting them come to you. Don't let the offense dictate the game in that passive coverage.
We got Flyers tonight. Durso in an hour from now.
Legend.
He is a legend. He was at the game last night.
Very well dressed.
Was he?
Yes.
Did you see the outfit?
I did.
He was on game night last night.
He was. Saw the video.
Now, you know what you need to start doing is screenshotting those.
Okay. You just start making a collection.
Make a collage of a well-dressed Kevin Durso. In case he ever has to do a phone, so you can put him up on the screen on the phone, Kevin Durso. He never has the same outfit on twice.
He never does.
We're going to go to the phones. Coming up next, Mike McGarry, the weekend Excuse me, we'll take a look ahead to the weekend with Mike. Aaron Rodgers out. He's got COVID, and there's a whole story now. Is he vaccinated? Is he not vaccinated? He could miss this week and next week now because of his sounds like unvaccinated status that maybe was misconstrued by even his own team and the league. Weird story there. The Braves won the World Series. How far off are the Phillies, the Mets, the NL East teams? We'll get into that with Mike and more. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The free mobile app. Download the app in the Apple Store, Google Play. Midweek with Mike McGarry. His appearance is brought to you by Calvi Electric, now offering residential services for your home or business online, calvielectric.com. I know it's a busy week for the high school football scene. He'll be covering all that. You can get it at AC Press McGarry on Twitter. We've got all the teams in play, really. The World Series, we got a winner. We got the Eagles and Chargers. We've got the Sixers with some new Ben Simmons news. Always juicy with the Ben Simmons news. Plus, they're going to be without Tobias Harris for a while, it looks like. Now, I say a while. It's about 2 weeks, it looks like, but a lot of games in that mix. So let's bring Mike McGarry on here on a Sports Bash Wednesday. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, how are you? Yeah, busy time of year with, just about every sport in play and high school football sports and high school football season kind of entering into the playoffs. So busy time of year.
Yes,
good to be busy.
Yes, it is. There's so much going on. Let me first get your thoughts on the World Series. And I bring up the World Series first because an NL East team wins, Atlanta, and they won 88 games this year. You had a team that went 107, one with 106. The Rays won 100. Every other team had 90 or more. And here's a team with 88 that wins. So I guess the question would be the teams like the Phillies and the Mets who were chasing the Braves, do they feel that they're closer or farther than where the Braves are?
Good question. It's the age-old baseball question, right? You got to survive the 162 game season. You've got to qualify for the playoffs, and once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen. It's almost like running a marathon, and then after the 26 miles, they say, okay, the top 5 finishes in the marathon, we're going to determine who is the overall champion by running a series of 100-yard sprints. I think the Braves, you look at their talent, I don't think if the Phillies and the Mets can say they're close because the Braves come from the same division and they won 88 games and won the series. I think if you overall look at the Braves, I think we all probably say they're better than an 88-win team. They probably underachieved due to injuries. They made moves at the trade deadline to sort of bolster themselves, remake their outfield. So I don't think the Phillies or the Mets should come away any more confident because of what the Braves did in the postseason. In fact, I think they should be worrying a little bit more because the Braves get Acuna back next year and they'll be even better.
All right, so what the Braves did do, though, was they made some moves at the deadline. The other teams now look around and say, look, that team was 500, and they went for it at the deadline. And they didn't go out and get high-profile guys, but they made moves to bolster deficient areas. Do other teams learn from what the Braves did this past season at the deadline?
The Braves, a lot's being made of the moves that the Braves made at the deadline, but the Braves added to a core. I mean, I'm sure the Braves took a look at their infield, Austin Riley, Swanson, Freddie Freeman, and Albies, and saw that they, at one point, I think everybody on the infield was on pace to hit more than 30 home runs that season. So they had a core of talent right there, and they sort of saw their outfield decimated by injuries and said, let's go fix the outfield, and then maybe we can add that to the core of the infield, and then maybe we got an opportunity here to make a run. So if you're in that situation, absolutely. But if you're a team that is not or kind of floundering, and doesn't have the prospects to sort of make a deal that the Braves did, then I don't think you can do what they did. I mean, what the Braves did at the trading deadline was really remarkable. And to me, it's a once in 10-year type of thing. You're going to see a team be able to pull that off.
Somebody texted in earlier, Mike, and you talk about, now I know Garcia is not a bullpen guy. He's one of their starters, but we've seen the bullpen game in the biggest of moments in the World Series and in the playoffs. The Dodgers needed a bullpen game. We've seen bullpen games. And somebody, texted in and said, baseball is broken. When you need to rely on somebody of such, inconsequential experience or, you're only hoping for 2 innings. Is the bullpen game here to stay? Is that mean baseball's broken? What do you mean of all the bullpen game? Like, I'm thinking to myself, you're in the World Series, and the best you can come up with is a bullpen game. Is there a problem with that that's not talked about enough?
Well, I think a lot of people have talked about it. I think it's a bit of an overreaction. I think we're in a bit of a fad. I see people say, baseball is in a crisis because you're having relievers start games on it. I think baseball will survive that. I don't think the bullpen game is going to become yeah, the Braves used a bullpen game to win the World Series here, but I'm going to look at it the opposite way. I'm going to look at it as a team like the Dodgers and Tampa Bay and say, hey, maybe those teams didn't get to the World Series because they lacked quality starting pitching. They had to rely on bullpen games, and it couldn't work. So I think it'll actually flip the opposite way. I think teams are going to go – yeah, I think teams are going to look and say, hey, if we have a starter who can go 6-7 innings, that's going to help us out here because, okay, the Braves won a World Series with pitching some bullpen games. But, 6 or 7 other teams probably cost themselves a World Series because they didn't have quality starting pitching. Top of the line there is the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Tampa Bay Rays. And you know what I say about the bullpen games? You open up that bullpen door and you allow 5-6 pitchers to walk out. Well, there's a chance that one of those guys is not going to have it that day, and it's going to be a problem. So if you can keep it to the old, 2 to 3 pitchers, starter, 8th inning guy, 9th inning guy, if you can go, Cole Hamels to Ryan Matson to Brad Lidge, to me, that's a much better formula. And I think teams are going to look for that because, yeah, the Braves won a World Series with bullpen games, but the Dodgers, Tampa, Houston, they cost themselves a World Series because they didn't have enough starting pitching.
And Mike, it's unbelievable to me. The Dodgers have a $260 million payroll, and they had to go to a bullpen game. Like you have a payroll, so like it's almost like everybody complains or talks about the shifts and all that stuff in the all the numbers in baseball. But to me, like you're paying $260 million and you don't have a third starter is amazing to me.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous and poor planning, especially by a team like the Dodgers. It seems like teams have to get back and get that guy. If you look at past playoff history, you had starters who went 4 or 5 innings, but at least they went 4 or 5 innings. I'll throw a name at you from the past. Where have the Burt Hootens of the world gone? Where have the Ed Figueroas of the world gone?
Where's Joe Blanton? Joe Blanton pitched a huge game.
Where's the Joe Blanton of the world? Where's the guy who can go out there, who's your number 3, number 4 starter, who can go out there and keep you in the game for 6 innings? Why has that guy disappeared from baseball? And why doesn't a team, you're exactly right, that has a $200 million payroll have a row of those guys waiting to come in?
250, by the way, for the 260. For the Dodgers, 198. I think it is for Houston and Atlanta.
Right.
In the middle of the pack with 88 wins, the middle of the pack payroll. They had the depth in starting pitching and they got it done. Max Fried last night, God bless him, he threw 6 innings. That was the deepest a starter went in the entire World Series. Mike, Jack Morris pitched 10 innings in a World Series game.
Absolutely, but you talk about it. Fried does last night. Ian Anderson, I believe, he went 5 innings. He was throwing the no-hitter when they took him out. So we're not asking for the world here. Just don't throw a guy that we've never heard of. There's some guys who the Dodgers started in this season, and he's starting Game 4. I got to go to Baseball Reference to look up who that guy is. I've never heard of him before.
You're right.
So where have these guys? The Yankees are another team. Over $200 million payroll. How can you not have a 3 or 4 starter? Joe Blanton's the perfect guy. Burt Hooton. Where are these guys that can go out there and through guile or guts get you 4 or 5 innings and at least be a bridge to the bullpen and not stop this endless parade of arms out? Because again, you open up that bullpen door 6 or 7 times during a game, eventually somebody's walking out who doesn't have it.
Mike McGarry, Press of Atlantic City. New Ben Simmons news. We love new Ben Simmons news in this segment. Refuses to accept organizational assistance. Now, he is meeting with mental health doctors through the Players Association, but he is not reporting back to the team with what's going on there. And, quote, the team is becoming increasingly frustrated with what is going on here. So is there anything new with that, or is that just more Ben Simmons doesn't want to be here?
Exactly. That's what it continues down the road, and it doesn't seem like he's changed his mind, right? To me, he's doing what it takes to keep himself in good standing with the NBA Players Association and show himself to other teams as saying, okay, I'll work on this, and I'm going to do what I take to sort of, stay in good status here. But I have no interest and no desire to do anything with the Philadelphia 76ers. And to me, the 76ers are kind of knocking their heads against a wall here while they continue to try to bring Simmons back at a time when, they're winning some basketball games now, 4-2. Again, my solution to the situation has always been, okay, Ben, go home, go back to California, and we'll call you when we trade you. But we're not going to put a timetable on it. We're going to trade you when the deal is good for us. And that could be 2 weeks from now. It could be 2 months from now. It could be right around the trade deadline. Why they continue to try to, force him to play when he clearly doesn't want to. I don't know how this is going to work for anybody.
It's definitely something to keep an eye on. They play tonight. They got a busy schedule coming up. No Tobias Harris. He has COVID. He's going to miss at least, I think, the next 5 or 6 games. We're seeing a lot of COVID going on all of a sudden out of nowhere. Harris, Sidney Crosby, looks like he's not going to play tomorrow night against the Flyers. You've got Aaron Rodgers. He's going to miss. I mean, man, a lot of sports figures, high-profile ones, missing time because of COVID here, Mike.
Yeah, and it raises the question of, are these guys vaccinated? What are they doing? Because I believe, if you are vaccinated, you can get those 2 negative tests and get back in a hurry. So it does raise the question. And it's probably something we're just going to have to deal with as the weather gets colder. You start moving indoors.
Right.
This is going to be a fact of life. Like, guys pulling hamstrings or guys missing games.
Well, as we know this year too, Mike, they're not going to cancel games. They're going to make you forfeit and fines.
Right. Yeah, society is moving on. The Packers are starting Love at quarterback against the Chiefs this weekend. The Sixers are playing without Tobias Harris. We're not canceling games. We're not moving games. But we're still going to have to get used to, 2 hours before game time, or in the Sixers case the other night, 45 minutes before game time. Hey, you've got COVID. You're not playing the next 2 weeks. This is something that teams have to learn to deal with, and just becomes a part of life for all of us.
All right. Mike McGarry, Press of Atlantic City. I know you are heading to Ocean City to get a preview for that game. There's a lot of high school football this weekend. Is that your marquee matchup this weekend?
Yeah, it's we got I think a dozen teams, public school teams. The non-public teams will start the playoffs next weekend. Anytime Ocean City and Mainland play, separated by the Causeway Bridge here, it's a rivalry game. Actually, the coaches joke that they're kind of out of Mainland Ocean City, Newt Rockney speeches, because this is the 5th time these teams will have played since 2019. But it's always a big game when they meet, and they'll play in the first round of the South Jersey Group 4 playoffs Friday night. And I'm actually sitting outside of Ocean City High School right now, getting ready to go in and do our preview video and talk to some Ocean City players and get their take on the playoffs coming up.
All right, get that coverage in the Press of Atlantic City. Mike will be back on Friday. We'll go a little deeper in some of the playoff games, Eagles and Chargers, Sixers, a couple of games as well. Mike, I'll talk to you then, pal.
All right, we'll see you down the road.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And there is our 99 Bottles contest sounder, which means right now, give me caller 1, 2, 3. The first 3 people in are getting a entry into this year's 99 Bottles party. It's back. It's bigger. And it goes down Wednesday, November 24th at Vagabond Kitchen and Tap House, 3016 Ocean Heights Avenue in Egg Harbor Township. 99 bottles, 99 tickets, 99 prizes. The first 3 people this hour at 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. You are entered for a chance to win club box seats to see the Eagles and the Washington football team. Plus, we have tickets to other great teams, events like the Flyers, the Sixers, college basketball, concerts, and more. You have another chance today at 4:55, but right now, 573-3776. Good luck. Hour 2 of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? Wednesday edition. Paul Hudrick will join me in about 19 minutes from now. We'll take a look at the impact of no Tobias Harris. Who could really take advantage of him being out? Also, Flyers tonight against Arizona. No, excuse me, last night against Arizona. They got a nice win. Now, it was an ugly game, but Carter Hart, man, he was excellent last night. Good to see. I know Durso was there. I'll get some insight from him coming up on the back end of the hour, about 3:40 today. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, will join us to talk more about the game from Carter Hart and really the season from Carter Hart. You know, the first, 7, 8 games into the season right now, is Carter Hart, does he look like he has kind of, bounced back from what was really a tough year for him last year? He did not play well for most of the year last year. So do we get to see Carter Hart really are we watching a better Carter Hart? I think he's very important to the organization. He's very important not only to the season, but this team moving forward. Like we all know out there, if you are listening, and even if you're a casual Flyers fan, which many people in the listening audience are casual hockey fans, like, hey, if the Flyers are in the playoffs or there's a big game, they play Pittsburgh tomorrow night. You know that this team has struggled to find a goaltender. And it looked as if they had found one. And then last year happened. So Durso coming up in about 40 minutes from now. We'll talk to him about the whole, 5-2-1 Fly guys, who's playing well, some of the newbies that have helped out. I thought last night, too, if you watch, I mean, it was kind of a struggle early. I mean, it was, Arizona's horrible. I mean, they're 0-8-1, I think they are, to start the season here. And I thought they outplayed the Flyers for most of that game. But Hart really kind of took control of the game, played really well. The Flyers didn't score. It was nothing through 3. And then they got the goal. Couturier got the goal. But Carter with the 29 saves. I mean, I thought really somebody suggested on Twitter that he should have got all 3 stars as well as he played last night. But the Couturier goal, you got another goal with about, I guess it was like right around a little bit like 2 minutes, something like that left in the game. They got another blast that helped them go up 2-0. I think Scott Lawton with about right around 2 minutes, I remember. And then Giroux had an empty netter. And but big game for Carter Hart last night. So we'll talk to Durso coming up a little bit later on. I want to get into, there's so much going on right now. Josh, I want to, bring you in here for a second. I wanted to talk about this with Jason Fitz. I don't know if Fitz is going to join us today or not. I know you're texting him right now, but the whole the college football playoffs came out last night. Now
oh my goodness, yes.
Yeah, this has been a huge topic of conversation because of the fact right now that, all right, so the 4 teams were
Georgia's number 1, as expected.
Mm-hmm. Alabama,
which was a little debated.
A little bit debated, okay? You had Georgia, Alabama. Was it Oregon?
It was Michigan State, then Oregon.
Okay, so Michigan State, Oregon, whoever 3-4. So everybody's going kind of crazy on this right now, right? Because you have a Cincinnati team that essentially is number 6.
Correct.
And they are undefeated. And they don't have anybody left on their schedule, essentially, that they're going to be able to gain any points from.
And there's only one team in the top 25 that they've beaten. There's nobody on the rest of their schedule, nobody early in the schedule who is ranked at this point.
Right. So even if they finish 13-0, they are essentially not going to make it.
No, they need people ahead of them to start dropping.
Right. So Michigan State is undefeated. So it's not out of the realm of possibility to say that Michigan State deserves to be there ahead of Cincinnati or with Cincinnati.
Especially after their win over Michigan this past weekend.
Yes. I guess the question becomes Oregon.
Well, Oregon's beef is...
I don't have a problem with Alabama being in there.
Oregon's beef is they beat Ohio State at Ohio State earlier this year without Kayvon Thibodeau. So they beat Ohio State without arguably their best player this year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Oregon's detractors will say, yeah, but they're barely winning some of their other games, which I would say, sure. But your biggest win of the year you did without your best player.
Right,
So
because
that's
the
got to
thought
weigh something.
process is, Cincinnati, we talk a lot about it with Nadu in the betting scene, is to bet them because they have to win impressively.
Right. They have to win big every game to prove their worth.
Exactly.
The other problem is, remember, Ohio State's right behind Oregon, right ahead of Cincinnati. Ohio State's only loss this year is also to Oregon. So what you're saying is we are valuing Ohio State's one loss more than Cincinnati's undefeated record.
Right, because you have Oregon ranked number 5 in the coaches poll, and in the AP, they are in, not the coaches poll, in the playoff rankings. They are number 5. And in the AP top 25, they are number 6. But then Cincinnati retorts with, well, I'm number 2 in the AP top 25. So I'm ahead of Ohio State, according to everybody out there. I don't know where they are in the coaches poll. I think they're 2 in both polls, aren't they?
I know they're 2 in the AP off the top of my head. The problem is that the College Football Playoff Committee, who votes on these rankings, they don't value the same thing that the AP and the coaches do, because their opinion is
they are 2 in the coaches poll, by the way.
Okay.
It's Georgia, Cincinnati, Alabama, Oklahoma. Now, Oklahoma, by the way, at 9-0, they're not in the top 4 right now. So
No,
Cincinnati, they're 8th. So Cincinnati, who is 2 in the coaches, 2 in the AP, but 6th in the college football rankings, and they're 8-0. Oklahoma's 9-0, and they're not in. So does Cincinnati really have a gripe?
Cincinnati has kind of a gripe, because I think
by the way, Wake Forest is also still undefeated.
Yes, Wake Forest is also undefeated. They're 9th in the rankings. Cincinnati's biggest win was Notre Dame, at Notre Dame. Notre Dame is currently ranked 10th. So if you're Cincinnati, you can make an argument that your big win should have more value than Ohio State's one loss.
I mean, who did Oregon lose to?
Oregon lost to Stanford. Oregon's got a bad loss.
Yeah, Oregon has a bad loss. To me, the Oregon being 4 is a big problem for me. I get it. You beat Ohio State, but you had a bad loss. It negates your good win.
Right. And now what the playoff committee is basically
and they don't play anybody left. They don't play anybody either, Oregon.
Not really. The rest of their schedule, I'm looking it up right now. I'm trying to pull up if they have anybody ranked off the top of my head. I don't remember. But
there's nobody in the Pac-12 that they would have left on the schedule.
No, their rest
the
of their schedule
is horrible this year.
The rest of their schedule
is it Pac-12 or Pac-10?
Pac-12.
They don't have 10 teams in there though, right?
No, they have 12. It's Oregon, Oregon State, Washington, Washington State, USC, UCLA, Cal, Stanford, Arizona, Arizona State, Colorado, Utah.
Give me 2.
Well, anyway, so the rest of Oregon's schedule is Washington State, Washington, Utah, Oregon State. Really, only the last 2 are real competitive games.
Yeah, and Cincinnati's got what? I mean, it's Cincinnati, Oklahoma. Did either one of those two? I mean, in your mind, you're college football Joe over there. Do you think Cincinnati, Oklahoma have a gripe that Oregon's there? I would say they do.
I think Oklahoma does more than Cincinnati, because Oklahoma is not just undefeated. Oklahoma also has one more win on the year. Remember,
well, it doesn't matter if you have an extra win if none of those 9 wins are that impressive. Their most impressive win would be the problem with Oklahoma this year is the Big 12's down.
Right. They're kind of in the same predicament as as Oregon, because they're both in weak conferences.
Well, they're in the same predicament as Cincinnati as well, but even Cincinnati on a further scale, because Oklahoma's in a conference that at least is a Power 5 that has name recognition. Cincinnati's not playing anybody in their conference, so they got nothing.
Because Oklahoma's got multiple teams in the top 25. Oklahoma State's 11, Baylor is 12. You have teams that are high up in the rankings who are considered really good teams.
Yeah, I saw this last night. I mean, Georgia, obviously. Alabama, no surprise. I mean, they lost to Georgia.
Some people feel like Alabama should be 3 or 4. It doesn't bother me. I mean, losing at Texas A&M made people feel like
I said Georgia, Texas A&M, sorry.
They feel like Alabama's loss at Texas A&M is as bad as the Oregon loss at Stanford.
I don't have a problem with that, though. The problem is, and this is like the subjectiveness of this. What are you voting? Like, in your heart of hearts, I know Alabama's better than Cincinnati is.
Right.
So, but should that be the way you're voting on it?
No, but the problem is the committee, and this has been my problem for years, Mike, and that is these people voting seem to value certain losses more than certain wins. And to me, does that defeat the purpose? Does it defeat the purpose of you play to win the game, as Herm Edwards says?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why all of a sudden we're saying, well, this loss has value to it. No, you got to go out there and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with college football. And I like this time of the year, like we don't do a whole heck of a lot of college, conversation, but until it gets to this point when now people are starting to look at the playoff rankings. And Robert Griffin III, he said something, I think this morning. Was it Robert Griffin III? Is he an
He's
analyst?
on Get Up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he was saying, like, because of this, it is now time to expand it because you have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have 9. The team 9. I get it. Wake Forest is no football factory, but you're deeming that the ACC is a Power 5 conference, and they're the best team in one of the conferences that you're saying is one of your best.
Yeah.
So unless you just want to say it's only the SEC and the Big Ten, they're the only teams that are qualifying for these 4 spots. That's a different conversation. You're saying there's 5. There's 5 conferences, and the best team in 2 of your 5 conferences are on the outside looking in with perfect records. Now, I'm not saying that Wake Forest belongs there. Quite frankly, I think however many people are listening to this show right now, 99.9% of them probably had no clue that Wake Forest was undefeated.
They probably don't even know what Wake Forest is.
That possible too. That being said,
I mean, how many of our listeners go tell us where Wake Forest is without looking it up on Google?
Okay. You can text in if you know where it is.
Yeah, I'm curious. But
do you know their most famous basketball alum?
Oh, that's a good one too. I don't know how many people get that either. I know what the answer is.
Okay.
But the point is that with college football, you're right. They need to expand the playoff. And the latest report came out is that they either want to keep it at 4 or expand it to 12. I think 12 is too many. I think 8 should be the number.
8's fine with me. Because to me, Georgia, Alabama, Michigan State, Oregon, Ohio State, Cincinnati, Michigan, Oklahoma, and then you would say, well, Wake Forest isn't in. All right, Wake Forest goes in, and you could take Michigan out.
Sure. To me, what you should do is you should say the 5 teams that win their conferences, they get automatic qualifiers, like the NCAA tournament.
3 wild.
And then you have 3 out larges. I think that's fine.
That's no problem. I have no problem with that.
I think that would be the best way to do it. The problem is that these commissioners are so bent on the green. They want the money that they don't want to go out there.
Yeah, but you would think adding more higher profile playoff games would add money to the coffers.
They want 12 because they have this argument.
So go to 8 and then complain about it and go to 12 5 years down the line.
I mean, that makes too much sense. It's college
and that's
football.
Cutting your nose off to spite your face.
I know.
If I've ever heard it. The only other team, I mean, you have all the way down to 12, Baylor. All the way down to 12, those teams all have only 1 loss. I mean, so you could make an argument that Baylor is saying, well, why is Oregon in? Well, they beat Ohio State. Who did you beat, Baylor?
Right.
Right? Exactly.
You beat Kansas State.
Baylor's best win, they beat Iowa State when Iowa State was ranked number 14.
Yeah, and Iowa State isn't that good this year. They're competitive.
West Virginia just beat Iowa State. Well, they were 14th in the country. They're 6-2, Iowa State.
Yeah, but look at their 2 losses. They weren't.
They lost to West Virginia. That's a high quality loss.
In the college football committee's eyes, sure. College football.
Well, I know Jason Fitz last night was doing the college football reaction show with Golick,
right, on
Junior.
The stream. Yeah,
yeah. So I know he was doing that. Now I didn't hear from him today, but he did like one of my tweets today, which made me think that we were going to be meeting up today. But I know he's got a lot going on. 316 Hudrick in 5 minutes. The impact of Tobias Harris being out. How do they replace him, and how long is he out for? Find out next here on the Sports Bash, brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. I'm Mike Gill, at Mike Gill Show on Twitter. Follow me there. Anybody know where Wake Forest is and who the most famous Wake Forest alum is? 609 403 0973. I think throughout the show, I'm going to throw out random questions like that and qualify somebody for 99 bottles who answers these rando questions.
Don't look it up on Google. Don't be the jerk who looks it up on Google.
Well, I mean, you're going to be mixed in there with a bunch of people who answer the question. I'll pick one at random each day. And if you play along on the text board or through the free mobile app, I'll enter somebody. Tell me who the most famous alum would be a subjective answer, but it would be my subjective answer. More Sports Bash on the way. 322 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Paul Hutter going to join me right now. Sixers tonight. Going to be without Tobias Harris for a while. Who gets those minutes? How do they move on without him? A lot of other stuff to get into with Paul right now here on the Sports Bash Live. There we go. So, Paul Hudrick, real quick, if I were to say to you, who is the most famous Wake Forest alum? Who are you going?
Tim Duncan, I guess, for me.
Going Tim Duncan or Chris Paul?
Yeah, Chris Paul was the second guy that entered my mind, but Tim Duncan
or
was
Rodney
the first
Rogers.
What's that?
Or Rodney Rogers.
Hey, Rodney Rogers was fun back in the day. But
Randolph Childress, right? Randolph Childress go there.
Definitely Timmy Duncan's the first guy for me.
Right?
I vividly remember the Sixers not getting him that 1 year in the draft when it could have been him and Iverson. So that's why, to me, that always sticks out.
Yeah, when I was a freshman in college, I used to rock a Wake Forest hat because of Duncan. I was a big Duncan fan. So, yeah, I would go Tim Duncan, people. That would be the answer to now we asked the people to text in because Wake Forest college football is undefeated. I said, who even knows where they are, number one? And number two, who would be the most famous? I don't think they have a football alum. There's a local kid, John Stone, went to Mainland. He played there. Other than that, I don't. Is there an NFL player right now from Wake?
Well, there was wasn't the kid who played who was a receiver who had to play quarterback for the Broncos. I can't remember his name.
Oh, that's good.
I'm pretty sure he was a Wake guy.
Wait, who was the quarterback the Eagles signed last year? What didn't he go to Wake? Jamie Newman.
Jamie Newman. Yeah, he transferred though, right? He was a Georgia transfer.
With Georgia. He started at Wake and go to Georgia, or vice versa.
I think it's Georgia, then went to Wake.
Yeah, well, he stunk. All right. Paul Hudrick is with us. Let's see. Tobias Harris will be out for, 5-6 games now?
Well, that's so
subjective.
That's still to be determined because
minimally. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly not going to play tonight, and I would imagine not going to be able to play tomorrow. So, I mean, at minimum, he's missing the next 2 games, you would think. Because of the NBA, the rule is if you are vaccinated, it's 10 days, or if you can do 2 negative tests. So the report is he is symptomatic. So that's the other thing, is you have to be asymptomatic on top of having 2 negative tests. So it's like I said, it definitely tonight. I can't imagine he's going with them tomorrow to Detroit.
Right. Well, Pompey tweeted about a little while ago that he will miss at least 10 days because he has received a positive test.
Right. So Keith tweeted that, but then if you read his story, he worded it a little differently in his story where he said he could miss up to 10 days. So
you're right, he did. I'm seeing that now. Yep.
Right. So I don't have any inside information, but I can tell you that's the deal. So I imagine because he is symptomatic, it's probably going to take him perhaps a little bit longer. It's hard. You don't want to speculate, but so yeah, that's where we are right now, where it's pretty uncertain at this moment.
And no Danny Green tonight, at least. So how do they pick up the minutes? I mean, do you go just Georges Niang get those Harris minutes? How do you envision with no Green and no Harris, those minutes kind of getting split?
So I think it's going to be certainly going to be matchup based. I think that's a big factor. I know the other night Doc obviously went to Korkmaz, and I think the idea behind that is he likes having another ball handler out there, another guy that can do that. With down Tobias and Danny, that makes it a little bit trickier. Maybe you almost, and listen, George has played great. George Niang's been excellent for them so far this year, but at the same time, he's been excellent off the bench. So do you want to maybe kind of keep that chemistry going, or do you want to start George because he's been good? And he does certainly help, with Joel Embiid, helps him space the floor. I sort of think Isaiah Joe would be an interesting candidate to start. And the reason I say that is not because I think he is the best player, but because I think he could be a guy that offers a similar skill set to Danny Green as kind of that 3-and-D guy. And then you're not disrupting that bench chemistry. You're keeping Shake Milton for, maybe not Furkan Korkmaz, but you're keeping Shake Milton, Matisse Thybulle, George and Andre Drummond together. So maybe that helps there. But it's going to have a trickle-down effect. Does Paul Reed get some minutes at the 4? I know Doc said he views him more as a 5 at this point in his career. He wants him to become a 4, but he thinks that he's more better suited at this point in his career to be a 5. So it's going to be a trickle-down effect. The rotation likely shortens, I would think. Maybe he's only playing like 9 guys at this point because, I don't know that you want to go to Paul Reed at the 4. We'll see if that happens. Clearly, some of the other guys, like I don't think Jaden Springer is ready for NBA minutes, and right now he's in Delaware anyway. So I don't see that as a possibility. They're stretched really thin. There's no two ways around it. With Ben Simmons still not ready to play, with Danny out, with Tobias out, they're stretched thin. It's going to leave a lot of difficult decisions for Doc Rivers to make, and I think a lot of it's going to be matchup based.
All right, Paul, obviously they got that problem going on. They have the other lingering problem, which took another little bit of a turn yesterday, in which that Simmons is kind of, the team is now frustrated that now he's getting assistance. That isn't to say that he's ignoring getting the help. He's just not going through the team's help. He's going to the Players Association, Ben Simmons, that is. He's now not checking back with the team and saying, hey, here's what's going on. Is this much to do about nothing? Is there concern? Does this expedite any thoughts inside Daryl Morey's head? Paul Hudrick, how do you read it?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to, and I don't think we should overreact to this. What this says to me is that there is a distrust between both sides. But I mean, I think we kind of already knew that, right? I mean, the fact that Ben has wanted to be traded all along, I think it just shows a distrust. Clearly, the Sixers, are concerned about his back. They're concerned about his mental health, and they want to offer him the resources to attack both of those things. And from Ben Simmons' camp, he is taking appropriate steps. He is using resources through the Players Association, and it reportedly has been doing so since the summer. So he's taking those necessary steps. I think the issue for both sides. So with Ben,
hold on, real quick. He's been meeting with Players Association mental health people through the summer.
That's the report that came out, is that he has been.
Well, that would help his, I don't want to say his image, but that would help the people who were saying he's only saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, he only wants his money. Like, he should have said, hey, I've been talking to these people all summer. That would help him.
Right, sure. And I look at it like this too, Mike. If you're an average everyday person and you're seeking, mental, not to, simplify it or whatever, but if you're seeking mental health resources, typically, like, are you going to want to go to somewhere where your employer says you should do this, or wouldn't you prefer to go somewhere where it's your choice and you're the one doing that?
That's a great point. Like, you don't even think about that. Like, they're saying the team wants you to go to the guy. Well, what's the team's prerogative?
So
I'm going to go to the guy that I pick, so that the team, sadly, in the society that we live in, you have to think, well, does the team tell the doctor to tell me that I'm okay? I mean, so that's a great point too.
Right. Like I said, I think it just shows a lack of trust. It's clearly there is a lack of trust from Ben Simmons for the Sixers, and that's why he's choosing to go through the Players Association and not through the team. And then from the team side of things, I think the distrust is not that Ben, like, they believe that Ben Simmons is having a mental health issue and that he is getting help for it. All they want is a little bit more transparency from him, that he is taking necessary steps in good faith to ready himself to play for them. So I think, to me, it's all of that said, I don't think this is anything monumental. I think this is a case of both sides not quite trusting one another, which if you've been following along, since this started, I think that's pretty obvious. And I still don't think it's a surprise that Ben Simmons still wants to be traded. Of course, I don't think that has changed. And I don't think the Sixers' prerogative has changed, and that they would rather have him play for them than trade him for a player that they don't deem appropriate value. So I don't think this changes anything as far as where we are, as far as a trade scenario, as far as whether or not he will play for them. I think that's still very much up in the air. I don't think anyone has any concrete answers there. So not to say it's much to do about nothing, but I think it just reiterates the issues between player and team that we've seen all along.
Dame Lillard was in Philly the other night. What was the crowd reaction like? Was it you were looking for people to reach out with signs or whatever? What was it? Was it a raucousness? Well, give us a little bit of because on the television you could hear audibly at times. What was it like in there?
Yeah, I mean, it was very clear. I mean, didn't come across any signs or anything crazy like that, but it was very clear that the crowd that was there, they were there to see Damian Lillard play basketball. And a lot of them, it was clear they were there to encourage Damian Lillard to want to come to Philadelphia. Introductions, you get the typical every time a player's name said, you get the sucks afterwards. Every other player got that. Damian Lillard did not. He got very loud cheers as if he was playing for the Sixers. And of course, he gets to the free throw line, and it was loud, Mike. It did not feel like a small pocket of fans. It did not feel like a section. It felt like the majority of the arena chanting, "We want Lillard." And to me, like, I know there's been a lot of debate about it, but for me, like, you're a fan, you want your team to have great players, and Damian Lillard is a great player. I had zero issue with it. They weren't cheering for Damian Lillard made baskets. They were still clearly rooting for the Sixers. They started MVP chants for George Niang in the fourth quarter. Like, it was still clearly a very pro Sixers crowd. It was just their way of showing love to Damian Lillard, which he heard. And so, I personally thought, good for you, Sixers fans. I have no problem with you cheering for Damian Lillard as a guy who might potentially, even if it's a long shot, might want to come to Philadelphia one day, might want to be traded out of Portland. So clearly the crowd was very pro Lillard, but also very pro Sixers.
On that front, he's struggling. He's 23%, 18 points a game, 23% from three, 18 points a game. I think you could have scored on him the other night, Paul. I mean, defensively, he's horrendous. My God. You wonder why Portland loses. You're like, they got McCollum, they got Lillard. I mean, they got a good, solid group of role players. You see why they can't compete in the playoffs. They can't defend anybody. So watching him up close and personal, seeing his struggles, does it make you reevaluate whether or not he's this piece you would give up all of this treasure for?
No. He's great, Mike. He's one of the best offensive players in the NBA. If you put him and Joel Embiid together, you are right there, to me at least, with the Nets, with the Bucks. You are right there in the thick of things in the Eastern Conference. He is an absolute game changer. He's been missing a lot of shots that in the past, they're difficult shots, but they're shots he makes. Whether it's the ball, whether it's a little bit just, reacclimating, whatever, he's struggling. It happens. It happens to every great player. Joel Embiid is not having a particularly great start shooting the basketball this season.
Mm-hmm.
I would not hesitate even for a second to bring Dame Lillard here. I would bet he's not. It's not like he's not young, but he's also not old. And we see what Steph Curry has done.
31 out there for the people.
We
31.
see what Steph Curry has done still, in his early 30s, and that it seems in a weird way, like he's almost getting better. And Damian Lillard is a very similar player. He's not quite Steph Curry, but he's pretty damn close, and he's pretty damn good. So I'd bet my money on him figuring this out. And if I'm Daryl Morey, I am absolutely 100% all in on trying to get him if he becomes available.
I would shudder to watch a Seth Curry, Dame Lillard backcourt in a playoff series against the Nets. That could get ugly.
But Mike, if you do that, you have enough offense where you don't have to play them together. You can easily throw Matisse Thybulle in that lineup because you're surrounded by so much good offense. If anything, that might be a good thing. And then you bring Seth Curry in as kind of your sixth man, and you're fired off the bench. I mean,
that's
to
an
me,
interesting.
it would be a good problem to have.
It's an interesting way around it, right there. Is bringing Curry off the bench, and I guess it's hard to think of that right now. He's been one of your best offensive players. But Paul Hudrick, go ahead.
You bring in a great player and you figure it out. You know what I mean? Like that's what it is to me. He's too good. He's too great of a player and too great of a match with Joel Embiid, and can solve that fourth quarter. We can't get anything going on offense. Dame Lillard fixes that issue overnight. So that, to me, figure it out later.
I like it. Paul Hudrick, Sixers and Bulls tonight. I will presume you will be in the building for that. I'm making a last-minute decision on whether I'm driving up for the game tonight or not. We'll just see what the weather's like outside.
Might
it's a little
be
too cold
worth it
for me. I know. I want to get up there. I meant to go Monday. I completely forgot. I was like, man. But I'll be up there soon, if not tonight. And if I am, I'll see you up there.
Sounds good.
All right, Paul Hudrick right there, Liberty Ballers. Check him out at Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers. He does a great job, of course, covering the Sixers, and the Sixers are back in action tonight with a big one against the Bulls. The Bulls are a good team. Another player that has been linked to Ben Simmons, Zach LaVine. He'll be in the house tonight. I totally just forgot that I was supposed to go to the game tonight, and now I'm sitting here. I got shorts on. I'm like, I can't go to the Sixers game wearing shorts in the media section. I might have to go home, somehow acquire a pair of pants between now and then. I just hit the button on this song. It sounds like the original ECW theme song. Back when they when it was like Paul E, like Extreme. Yeah. Is anybody out there jiving with what I'm saying? Let me start it back over. The beginning of this sounds like it. Ready? Let me start it back over. Right here. Sounds like it, doesn't it? There's got to be an old school ECW fan out there that knows what I'm talking about. Where's Nick Cuba from the press? He probably would get it. All right, coming up. One standout last night that needs to be talked about. Details coming up. All right, Flyers win last night. One guy really stood out more than anybody else, and it's a good thing. Even though they struggled against a lousy team, they got the win because of this guy, not because of Kevin Durso, who's with me right now. At Kevin_Durso, he joins me live here as the Flyers win last night against Arizona. Before we get to Durso, though, Nick Cuba was in the car listening, and he says he does believe that the song I played was the 1994 ECW opener. But I will bring it back up to him because he told me something, and I'll get into that in a little bit. But I got Durso here, my man Kevin Hart. Carter Hart last night deserved all 3 stars in the game. And I guess the question for you is, you've been in the building for Hart for a couple of these games now. Are you convinced that Carter Hart is back?
It's starting to look that way. Yeah, I mean,
What are the
really
signs?
Well, his positioning is probably the biggest thing for me. I always know he's really on when his positioning is good, when I can see he's tracking well. And that's what I see constantly with these games, because you don't make the saves that he's making if you're not tracking well. If you can't see where things are going, if you can't read the play well, then you're not going to make the saves he's making. He's making really good reactionary saves. And that tells me his positioning is on point, that he can get to where he needs to, but also that he's following the play as well as he has in his career, which is really a good sign for the Flyers. It's everything for their success. And when he's on like that, as you saw last night, and as you've seen realistically outside of the home opener and season opener, he's been really on point with everything, and that's a great sign for them.
Would you agree that they got outplayed for 3 periods, or really 2.5 or 2 periods and 18 minutes, essentially? But Carter Hart kept them in that game.
For 2 periods, for sure. I think the third period, they started to get a lot better. I think that as they pushed for that first goal, and then once they had that first goal, they really locked it down. You could kind of see that in the shot totals for Arizona. They weren't getting much going in that third period, like they were in the first 2 anyway. And that was really the big sign for me. It was a sloppy game. It was very much that play down to your opponent kind of thing for the rest of them. But Carter Hart was on point, and that's really what matters. He's the key to their success this season, and certainly you don't want to lean on him like they did last night, or like they had to in Calgary to even stay in that game on Saturday that they ended up losing 4-0, which from Hart's standpoint I thought was unfortunate, because he allows 3 goals in that game. Technically, one comes after an empty netter in the first place, and it would have been really nice for his numbers if he would have just ended the night. Yeah, it's a loss, but he kept them in the game for so long and only gives up 2, and his save percentage was way up there for the night, and it kind of brought everything back down. That wasn't reflective of the game he had on Saturday, and this is certainly reflective of the game that he had last night, the 29 saves and the shutout win.
Yeah, because obviously, this franchise, for the casual fan out there, could even answer, well, they haven't had a goaltender in basically all of our life's existence. We thought they had them, and then last year happened, and now you're saying, Kevin, you're starting to feel like the guy that we saw 2 years ago is the guy that's back on the ice.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has to do with, as you watch these games, I know for me personally, when I'm watching them, you need to kind of have that sense that you assume that whatever comes his way is going to be taken care of. And there wasn't that feeling last season. You weren't sure what to expect every night. I think now when he gets the start, and it's already been confirmed, he is starting tomorrow night in Pittsburgh as well. So you already look ahead to that game and think, well, at the very least, you've got the guy in goal who should be able to handle whatever comes his way, as long as it's not outrageous. Like we saw a couple of those power play goals in Calgary. They were just unstoppable goals for him. So he allows those, but he's made a lot of this routine saves outside of that first game of the season. And it gives you that calming presence when he's in goal, that you feel like that area of the game is taken care of. You then worry about whether he's going to face many odd man rushes because of turnovers or mistakes by your defensemen or things like that. That's where I think you shift your worry after time, but you don't want to have to worry about your goaltender. And right now when Hart's in goal, they really don't have a reason to worry. He's been mentally stable, and he's been solid positionally as well, which is all you can ask for at this point.
Durso, we know that last year he had some struggles, but a lot of the struggles seem to be, well, what was going on in front of him. Are you convinced, 8 games, that what's going on in front of him has been fixed?
It's tough to say because of the fact that they've played 5 of these 8 games without Ryan Ellis, which would give me much more of an answer. The 3 games that I did see from Ryan Ellis really convinced me that the top pairing looks really strong. And I did think that last night, I thought Rasmus Ristolainen had a really strong game. Travis Sanheim had a couple moments that he would probably like back, but settled into the game as well. And for the most part, Keith Yandel's been giving you a good amount, but he's struggled a little bit over these last couple of games. I think that you're starting to see what Justin Braun on that third pairing can do when you can bring him back from playing next to Ivan Provorov like he has been with Ellis out, and putting a guy like that next to a Keith Yandel, how that can just balance it all out too. So I'd love to see when Ellis does get back eventually, and obviously that's not going to be for another week now, but I'd love to see when Ellis gets back if that really stays the way it had for those first 3 games, because I certainly felt it in those first 3 games. We've only seen this decor completely intact for 1 game, basically, because Ristolainen missed the first 2 and Ellis has missed the last 5. So we really don't have a full grasp on all of the changes made and how they impact what was left behind from the last offseason and things like that. But certainly some of the early showings were good. Now I think we just want to see everybody get healthy and be back for really the heart of a busy and difficult schedule coming up.
Now, we talked, I think, the last time you were on about a lot of the newcomers and how they're kind of fitting in right now. But, the game, they're the other night, Atkinson has the goal, the one that kind of gave him the lead there. And I'm saying, the one thing that he does that they missed, like Voracek would pass that one right back. He'd get it and then pass it right back. Atkinson takes a shot, and you wonder if that's the one thing that this team had been kind of lacking, is someone who's willing to take a shot. You know what I mean? And has that kind of rubbed off on others?
Well, at the beginning, I thought it had, but in the last couple of games, I've kind of seen more of that pass-happy mentality, which I think they really need to just, when it opens up, take your shot and go for it by all means. I mean, there were a couple opportunities in last night's game where the shot's there for the taking, and they did pass it up and tried to get a little too fancy with things, and it leads to either a transition rush the other way or kind of breaks up the scoring chance you had, and you don't get a quality chance as a result. So certainly they could still feed off of that mentality that Cam Atkinson has and try to take a few more shots. But it is a welcome sight when you have a player like that who basically every time he gets the puck on an odd man rush or something like that, he's interested in shooting the puck right away. And I haven't really seen him pass one of those up yet. He's just going in, and you can already tell he's thinking shot before he even crosses the red line on that rush. So that's a welcome sight after all the years of having guys who would go in and basically always look pass. He's a guy who looks shoot, and I certainly think that there's a lot of guys on the team that would benefit from following that lead.
By the way, Voracek, just for those of you who want to know what he's doing, no goals, 7 assists, -1 in Columbus. So he sounds very Voracek-y. Voracekian, if you will.
I mean, it's not that different from last night. Shane Gostisbehere made his return, and his numbers coming in were no goals, 5 assists, and I think he was a -6 or something like that. So it was it's not much has changed, honestly.
Who'd you get back for Gostisbehere?
That was a money dump, actually. They basically just sent the contract over. They actually gave up a couple of draft picks with him just to free up the money. But I think ultimately what you would say to kind of answer that question in the grand scheme of things is that they opened up the money and basically later used it to bring in Ristolainen and Atkinson later that weekend. It was kind of a bundle package deal with Voracek's trade, bringing Atkinson in, bringing Ristolainen in. So it all kind of leveled out at the end. But the initial trade itself was Gostisbehere and 2 draft picks basically for the cap relief.
Flyers are at the Penguins. Penguins got all sorts of COVID issues, it looks like.
Yeah, and the biggest one of all just came out today. Sidney Crosby is COVID positive, and he's going to miss this game. And he had just come back. He had an off-season injury that he was working back from, so he had just come back into the lineup. And now that means you're going to get a Penguins team that, and definitely don't take this for granted when you play them, because they've played tough all year, regardless of these circumstances. But no Sidney Crosby, no Evgeny Malkin. Brian Dumoulin's on the COVID list as well, and that's a top defenseman for them. They've already gone through games without Chris Letang and Jeff Carter, and certainly they've had their issues so far with health and COVID protocols and everything like that. They've had guys out of the lineup like crazy, but they've got 8 points in the standings, and they're still hanging right in there with everybody else. This is a very competitive division, and any team can win on any night. And this is the Flyers' first exposure to this division since last season, with everything they went through playing the same teams all year long. And it's going to be a really good test for them early on, even if Crosby's not playing any longer.
All right. Yeah, by the way, 5-2-1 Philadelphia. They are 11 points. That's good for fourth in the Metro. Shows you how competitive they are. 5-2-1. You got Carolina, who hasn't lost yet. 8-0 so far for the Hurricane. And Flyers will play Pittsburgh Thursday, Washington Saturday. We'll have them back on the radio Wednesday when they play Toronto. You can follow Kevin Durso, Kevin_Durso, for all the Flyers. And of course, check out 973ESPN.com. He's got all the Flyers stuff for you right over there. All right, man. Good to see you, pal.
Good to see you, Mike. Take care.
Last night, by the way.
Yes, I was.
That was the rumor on the street. A well-dressed Durso. All right. See you, buddy.
See you, Mike.
Kevin Durso here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. You can hear Durso on game night as well. Most Flyers nights right here on 97.3 ESPN. Some new news with Ben Simmons. Apparently, Daryl Morey approached Ben Simmons. I'll get you the latest on that coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, brought to you by Deborah Heart and Lung Center. When it's your heart, you don't take chances. Be sure, demand Deborah. All right, next hour, football at 4. Eric Wilson released. We'll tell you why that's a good thing. Nah, it's not like – I don't want to see if Moshe agrees with me here, that it is a good direction for the organization that they said, hey, we made a mistake with this signing. We're not going to just keep this guy around because we signed him in the offseason. We'll tell you why. Plus the trade they made yesterday. And we'll start to look ahead to the Chargers and more news and notes from today's practice. Who's in and who's out. Plus my Fine Five, Ugly Five coming up at 4:30. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, and it is brought to you locally by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destinations all season long. Wild Wild West, Tropicana, Harrah's Resort, Atlantic City. Book your game day experience today at Caesars.com. Jeff Mosher is one of the hosts of the Inside the Birds podcast. He and Adam Kaplan drop a new one, and you can check that out wherever you get your podcasts. And, of course, Jeff Mosher is here for today's edition of Football at 4, where there's a lot of Eagle stuff swirling around this team. And let's start with Jeff coming in here on a Football at 4 Wednesday. What's going on, Moshe?
Oh, nothing, Mike. Just sitting around waiting to see if I'm going to be the next governor of New Jersey.
Has that been not determined yet?
Well, it has not been determined. That I'm not, or that anybody? Well, both, yes.
Well, it's funny because one of the guys in there, okay, so there's obviously Murphy and Citarelli is the other guy.
Yeah.
So there's a third guy whose name was Hoffman, I guess. I don't know what his first name was, but he got some votes. And one of my college roommates' name is Hoffman. So my other roommates are blaming him for taking votes from somebody who they want to win. I don't need to tell you who they want to win because it's so close it could have gone either way.
It's a dirty, corrupt system, Mike, I tell you. Writing in a guy named Hoffman, can't have that.
All right, so a couple things to get to. One, Eric Wilson was waived today. Now, he was inactive last week. He was a healthy scratch if we were just talking hockey in the last hour. He would have been a healthy scratch, if you will. Today, they pulled the plug on the Eric Wilson experiment, and there's a lot there. So, one, they decided to pull the plug on him. Obviously, they weren't using him. Who benefits now? What do we see with Wilson out? What is the linebacking situation going to start moving forward looking like?
Yeah, so they're operating mostly out of a nickel defense because most offenses operate out of a 3 wide receiver offense. So when they're in nickel, I imagine you're going to see a lot of what you saw last week against the Lions, which is you're going to see TJ Edwards and you're going to see Davion Taylor as your nickel linebackers. Now, there may be some scenarios where they mix in Alex Singleton if there's a different kind of look there, perhaps, that they want a little more coverage, so to speak. But I do think TJ Edwards is the guy. And, of course, he had 13 tackles. He had 2 tackles for a loss. He blew up a couple of screens. He's the guy that stands to benefit the most from the absence and the waiving of Eric Wilson. Long overdue, by the way.
Davion Taylor is the guy that most people just didn't think was ready. I mean, they thought that this guy wouldn't be ready to be a linebacker, a starting, get snaps. Is this staff just putting him out there trial by fire? Has he just escalated quickly? What are we seeing from Taylor that this team is seeing to get him the snaps that they felt comfortable releasing Wilson, who I get it wasn't playing all that well, but he was a veteran who they brought in here because essentially we thought he knew John Gannon's system, although your tweet earlier today was interesting on that note.
Yeah. So to answer your first question, I personally think, and it's not just me, I've talked to some people about this too. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that Alex Singleton is the more experienced and the better, more well-rounded linebacker. Now, when we talk about Eagles linebackers, you're throwing them all into a group of, they're not starters for most teams anyway. But Davion Taylor is a guy who is clearly has tremendous athletic upside, and they want to see, he's a 3rd-round pick in his 2nd year, and they want him to learn the game, learn the defense, and eventually see if things slow down in his head, if that athleticism just naturally comes through and picks up. And he didn't really hurt them at all. I thought he played okay against the Lions. He did hurt them the last 2 games before that against the Bucks and, of course, against the Raiders, just by not knowing where he's supposed to be, having his side of the field targeted a whole lot. And I imagine that will probably continue against the Chargers. So even though Alex Singleton was probably a better answer there, they are in an evaluation mode, even though they don't say that. And they're trying to get the most out of Davion Taylor that they can right now.
So you're looking at Edwards and Taylor as getting the most snap now, and Avery, I guess, would be in that mix somewhat as well.
Only when they want to have 3 linebackers on the field and play that kind of 5-2 alignment that you see where Avery's up on the line of scrimmage, and that's predominantly when the offense comes out with either a fullback or two tight ends or some kind of run look about it.
Yeah, now, and I was bringing this up earlier, is now because you have a guy like Davion Taylor and Avery who are, better athletes, more susceptible to pass rushing, do you anticipate that makes John Gannon a little bit more aggressive with those two guys? Hey, I got two guys that I like that can get to the quarterback a little bit more than Eric Wilson can. Let me turn up the fire a little bit.
Well, the thing about Eric Wilson was that he had that experience, as you mentioned, in the defense playing for Minnesota. So he was actually a decent blitzer, and he was decent in coverage prior to coming to the Eagles. It was really against the run that he wasn't as sound as the other two areas. But, I just found in watching him over the first 3 to 5 weeks of the season that he wasn't very good at anything. And then they weren't blitzing, but he was not stopping the run well. And I didn't think his coverage was all that good. And I think that's why they've just decided to move on here. So I don't know that they're going to blitz a whole lot more, say, against the Chargers, that if at all. I wouldn't be surprised if he went back to kind of the softer zones. I hope not. I hope Jonathan Gannon likes to challenge the offense a little bit more. And maybe you're right. Maybe that he feels more comfortable in some of the rotations that he will. But I don't know that they see Taylor yet as someone that they're comfortable bringing, 5 or 6 times a game. In fact, last game when they wanted a blitz, they usually did it out of a dime formation, and Alex Singleton was their dime linebacker, and they used him to blitz. So again, I think that's where it comes in, that Alex is more of a well-rounded linebacker who can do a lot of things in this defense. And I don't think he's going to get completely lost in it.
Yeah, you're not lying when you said Wilson. He allowed 85.7% of his targets to be caught in 7 games, and he was kind of
that's all.
Yeah, right. He was brought in with the thought of, we knew he wasn't a good run stuffer, but he was going to be better in pass coverage. That was not the case. Eric Wilson was released today. So Davion Taylor looks like the 3rd-round pick is going to get some more snaps in the Eagles defense, along with TJ Edwards. So essentially, Alex Singleton has been benched.
I would say just different kind of role. He's a dime linebacker now. And so, the Chargers throw the ball around a lot. They've got a lot of wide receivers. So if they come out there and 3 wide receivers and a flex tight end, Alex Singleton's going to be on the field. And let's just say their Chargers are doing a nice job kind of, maybe like they're kind of 3 wide receiver, 1 tight end look where they run a little bit and then they start using play action the way the Raiders did, and they really start peppering the side of the field that Taylor plays on. Maybe you'll see a switch mid-game to go to Singleton because of his experience and his knowledge of the defense. But I think they're going to give Taylor the first shot. And Singleton will be more of a specialist linebacker and play special teams.
All right, yesterday they made a late trade right at the deadline. They brought in Kerry Vincent Jr. Now, DeCecco was on right when it happened. I expected him to know a lot more about Kerry Vincent Jr. than you would. That being said, Sirianni did discuss him today and why they targeted him. He added corners almost to the way they value the offense and defensive line, which is I find interesting because they stink at drafting corners. But his really answer was, we want to stockpile depth and talent at that position because we value it much like we do the lines.
Yeah, and I would say the term that you hear a lot in league circles or personnel circles is dart throwing, right? If you have a position that you're not exactly deep at or talented at, and as you mentioned, a position that you haven't drafted really well at, what you do is try to stockpile as many kind of high upside traits guys as possible. And if you do 5 or 6, and the Eagles have about 5 or 6 of these guys now, if you add in Mac McCain and there's like 2 or 3 other guys on the roster that are just
Tay
like
Gowan, who they just
Tay Gowan, right? Exactly.
For.
Josiah Scott, right? If you get 1 or 2 of these guys to work out, then good for you. That then you hit on something. And the Eagles took this approach similarly to wide receiver, right? They drafted Jalen Reagor 2 years ago in the 1st round, but then they took John Hightower in the 6th, and they took Quez Watkins, and then they wound up
they traded for Goodwin.
Right, they traded for Goodwin. They brought in Fulgham, in training camp. So that's what they were doing. They were dart throwing, and lo and behold, they got 4 good games out of Travis Fulgham, which went for naught because the season really buckled in front of them. But John Hightower is a guy they've protected every single week on the practice squad. And I imagine they do that because they still see some potential in there and they want to continue to coach him up.
That's interesting because last year Hightower seemingly was ahead of Watkins. Now Watkins is starting and Hightower is inactive.
Yeah, well, that's the problem when you're dart throwing and you don't have something that like a Devontae Smith where you know what you're getting and it's not a week-to-week battle with the coaching staff to kind of see what you got and get through it.
So I guess that has led us down this road because the Eagles are one of the few teams in the league that could add an Odell Beckham Jr. should he be waived. Deshaun Jackson was already waived. Many people have suggested this team is lacking a veteran wide receiver. If those guys are free, should the Eagles be interested? Jeff Mosher.
You know, I would say no. And, you know, the Eagles, I don't know that this is the guy that you want in your clubhouse or your locker room when you've already got a lot of young receivers, some of them who have had maturity issues in the past. So Adam and I have talked a lot about they should have gotten a veteran wide receiver who's a good teacher, a good instructor. And we've also said, you know, last year you had Alshon Jeffrey and Deshaun Jackson. And those are, again, not necessarily the type of guys that are take you under the wing types and that you want spreading all of, you know, to the locker room. So I don't think so. I wouldn't do it. And I really wonder. I mean, Odell's been hurt a whole lot, you know, going back the last 3 years. He just doesn't have the numbers even when he's playing. He doesn't even have a 100-yard game this year. So is it the quarterback? Is it him? If it's the quarterback, is coming here going to be any better? Because it's not like, you know, Jalen Hurts is setting the world on fire either. And if he's going to be upset like he is in Cleveland, what makes you think he's going to be any happier here in Philadelphia? It's not like Cleveland's blessed with a lot of wide receiver talent either.
Yeah, I tweeted out, you know, I've been asked a bunch, what do you think? I said, no. I look, to me, Odell Beckham is just not the same player. He's just a shell of himself. I mean, you said the injuries. I mean, Kevin Stefanski said in his press conference, hey, I need to do a better job of getting him the ball. That's game planning. That's code word for we don't think he's very good to put him in the game plan, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have a player of Odell Beckham's caliber 4 years ago in New York. The game plan starts, ends, and everything in the middle with him. That tells me that Stefanski just doesn't think he's any good anymore.
And that's what I'm saying. Without having seen a whole lot of Browns football, I just noticed that every time I don't see Odell Beckham either playing or when he is playing, he doesn't seem to be featured in the offense, or he is and then he gets hurt. So I just, you know, he's got a lot of money on his contract, and the Eagles are trying to kind of survive here with some veterans on their team that may give them a large cap hit if they have to move on this offseason. So I just don't think it's fundamentally a good fit for this team. And he may be better than what the numbers suggest this year in the last 2 years, but I just don't think it's the right match.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That I don't think he's. I mean, he is essentially a bottom tier guy. I mean, he is not even a part of conversation. I mean, and I hate to bring fantasy football in, but like he's unplayable on a fantasy football team at this point. How close were they in trading Fletcher Cox?
That's, you know, without being on the other end of the phone call, I don't know. I mean, obviously, if there was a great offer out there, Fletcher Cox would have probably been traded.
Because I know his contract situation, if they traded him, they had a lot of dead money in contractual situations there. So
right. And if you're going to take a massive cap hit, you're not just going to trade a guy for a 5th round pick or a 4th round pick just to say we got rid of him. You're going to look for something great in value, knowing that you have to take this enormous cap hit. So, and Fletcher Cox, I imagine they still think is a good player who's just going through a difficult transition, and maybe next year things are a little different. Maybe they finish stronger this year and he plays a little bit better and comes to a better, maybe they agree on better usage for him. There's a whole lot of maybe they just decide to move on from him in the offseason when teams have a little bit more money to deal with and a little bit more understanding of what their assets are. You know, teams collect assets. They may be willing to trade in the offseason. So we'll see. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say Fletcher Cox is definitely going to be back next year, because I felt going into this year there was an opportunity or a chance that he might get traded.
Is Lane Johnson in a similar situation? Like, I mean, if they if they got calls for him, would they have listened, in your opinion?
I think that's the thing with Howie. I think there's very few players on the team, especially veterans, right? When you're in transition, that he doesn't listen on. I'm sure there are very few untouchables on this team, right? Give me a player that you think is so good, maybe other than Devontae Smith because you just drafted him with a top 10 pick.
Mm-hmm.
But give me a player on this team that's so good that he should be labeled untouchable.
They don't have one. Right? No, they don't have.
Right.
And I mean, outside of saying, look, we like Mailata and Dickerson, and we want that to be the left side of our offensive line for the next 10 years.
Right.
Right.
That's pretty. Yeah, Mailata just gave a nice contract to Dickerson. Same thing. You don't have a whole lot of defensive ends, so it would probably take a lot to get Josh Sweat as long as they use him. They expect.
Oh, Miles Sanders. Was there any interest in Sanders? You think?
Not that I heard of. So, but I did hear about at least 3 to 5 teams that had conversations with the Eagles about Fletcher Cox. Now, what you'd never know is, and people like to report stuff, but you never really know is, did the Eagles initiate those conversations, or did teams specifically call looking for Fletcher? Were they talking about somebody else and Fletcher's name came up? That's why I don't really like to name teams or name conversations, despite what I know, because you just never know who was the aggressor.
Well, and then I guess you could have, said, hey, was Steve Nelson a guy? Darius Slay. I mean, these are veteran players. Nelson's on a 1-year deal. Those guys, you wonder if the Eagles were listening to them as well, because I mean the narrative obviously
listening
right,
or shopping, right?
Or shopping, because the narrative is, look, you're 3-5, where are you going?
Right.
But are they? I mean, is Jeff Lurie saying we're 3-5 and we're 1 game out, and I want to try to make the playoffs?
I think Jeffrey Lurie, and look, what was the reason Jeffrey Lurie said that he fired Doug Peterson? Remember, he said Doug Peterson did not deserve to get fired, but that they did not share the same vision.
They weren't on the same page
of the future of the franchise. So to me, Jeffrey Lurie is as much looking down the road at what he wants to be as he is what he is right now. So in the context of your question, I don't think he would have been at all shy about moving any of the players that we mentioned and talked about for really good value in return. I don't think that he would have placed the potential of that last wild card spot over a trade. And let's be fair, anybody that they would have traded is probably not going to make that much difference in the long term for this year. Like if they trade Fletcher Cox has no sacks right now. So are we saying they couldn't make the playoffs if they traded Fletcher Cox? They're probably not going to make the playoffs anyway. And if they do, it's not going to be because they held on to Fletcher Cox.
It's okay. So yesterday we do who's in, who's out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everything's pretty, cut and dry until you get to that 7th spot in the NFC.
Right.
So you have Carolina at 4-4. They are the current 7th seed in the National Football Conference. The Eagles have beaten them this season. They have, according to whatever rankings, I don't know where they get these from, but they have Carolina has the most difficult schedule in football remaining. They are number 32. Philadelphia has the easiest schedule in football remaining. So you got Carolina, Minnesota, San Francisco, Atlanta, then Philadelphia.
Right.
So which of the teams is Jeff Mosher saying is the standout? Because every time it's like, look, I'm not Mike Gill saying I think the Eagles are a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
But at 3-5 and the other teams, it's like you're asking me, they're all horrible. All of these teams, all these options are horrible. So with the Eagles' schedule, I mean, Josh and I went through it. Like these teams that are in front of them, they're not winning more than 3 or 4 games. They're not.
You're probably right.
We looked through the schedules yesterday for each team. And, I mean, we were being kind by saying, I can give you 4, but saying 4 means that you're upsetting 2 teams along the way. Philadelphia has 5 winnable games.
Right. So the question is, do they win the winnable games? I had a sort of an argument with a friend the other day. He said, look, if the Eagles beat the Chargers, and he says, I don't think they will, but if they do, then you look at the next 5 teams, Broncos, Saints, Giants, Jets, and Washington, and you say, well, they could win all those 5 games. And I said, yeah, sure, they could, but you don't always beat the team just because you are theoretically better than them. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers just lost this past weekend
Absolutely
to
right.
to who? I forget a
New
team that's
Orleans.
not better.
New
Yeah, to
Orleans.
New Orleans, right? So this Eagles team, has not yet shown that it is to be trusted to just reel off 6 straight wins because the other team is
100%.
weaker. Yeah.
100%. I will say this. If Nick Sirianni is committed to what he did, not 48 times, but hey, 25 times, this Charger team they don't stop the run a lick. They're the worst run defense in football.
Yeah, it's weird. So it's a little bit skewed. They are the worst run defense in football. They give up a lot of yards on the ground, but they're one of the best pass defenses in football. So you wonder how much of that is because teams cannot throw the ball on them very well, so they try to run the ball on them. I mean, the bottom line is that they started off 4-1. They've lost 2 games recently to New England and to I forget who they had lost to 2 weeks ago, but it wasn't pretty for them. I still think that they're the type of team that if you're going to beat, you do have to outscore them, and if you want to outscore them, I agree.
They got blasted by the Ravens, 34-6.
That's right. That's right. So you've got to. And by the way, the Ravens obviously got a lot of ground yards from Lamar Jackson, which not everybody has a Lamar Jackson. So that kind of contributes to the rushing yards against category that can skew it. Just like the Eagles are a top 5 rushing team right now. Okay, for 7 weeks they did not run the ball, but for somehow they're a top 5 rushing team. Why? Because Jalen Hurts runs a lot and adds to that rushing total. So it's a little bit misleading. So the point is, I just still think you have to score a lot of points to beat the Chargers. And to do that, as you were mentioning, you can't throw the ball 40 times a game and you can't run the ball 40 to 45 times a game. You have to be able to mix it up. You have to be able to have a functional offense that does both well and then score enough points to beat the Chargers. Unless you just have a great defensive day, and maybe they will. We'll see.
Well, this would be one that worries me. As we know, when the Eagles have played teams with good quarterbacks, they have really struggled. You know, when the games they've won, they've given up 10 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
That's a winnable. That's a winnable. Those are games you can win. Giving up 10 points a game in their wins. The games they've lost, they've given up 35 points per game. Herbert has the ability to be on the 35 side, I think. So this one's interesting. A team that doesn't stop the run, but they have a good quarterback. This is the best quarterback other than Prescott in the last week of the year that they will face by far the rest of the way.
Mike White's not in that category now if he winds up starting for the Jets.
No Mike White. Nope. No Mike White. You got Bridgewater, Simeon, I guess. I don't know who's starting for the Saints in that game, but
probably maybe Taysom Hill. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
All
no,
right,
it's not a pretty list of quarterbacks, so there'll be some opportunities here.
All right. So, you know what's going to do. Every team in the 7th spot right now, one's worse than the other, and it's going to be like the NFC East. You're going to lose, but you're all going to lose. You're just going to be stuck right in this little muck for the rest of this season.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. No, if I were to pick a team at the end here, though, that I think is going to play better than its current record, I still think it'll be Washington. I think their defense the last 2 weeks has started to play a little bit better. It's their offense now that's coming into, and they've got Gibson beat up, but their defense.
Washington's schedule's brutal.
Oh, is it?
They've got Carolina's got the 32nd, Washington's 30th. They've got Tampa Bay, Carolina, Seattle, Oakland, Vegas, Dallas, Philly, Giant. I mean, they got a bunch of games.
I don't know. They're other than Tampa. I mean, Carolina's beatable. Seattle is beatable.
Playing Dallas twice.
Well, yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying Carolina and Seattle to me don't seem like teams that they can't
Seattle's
beat the
Raiders,
get
Wilson back. Seattle's going to get Wilson back.
They are, but they were kind of struggling even with Russ. I mean, they weren't an elite team.
What do you think about that whole Russ thing Mortensen keeps throwing out there?
I'm kind of surprised by the reaction in this area to that report or whatever discussion you want to. I mean, we've been talking about
he brought it up on
NFL for a long time.
Yeah, he brought it up on NFL's countdown on Sunday, like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
he casually said it, and then they must have had a podcast that they elaborated on it a lot more. And Schefter essentially confirmed, yes, they're going to be a player for him.
Sure,
you know.
I mean, nobody should be surprised. I mean, we've been talking about Russell Wilson as the white whale for this organization for quite a while now. I mean, since when they drafted Jalen Hurts, he's the one that got away, the one that they were enamored with and wanted to draft in 2012. And had to settle for some schlub named Nick Foles, who never did anything for this franchise. So it's not surprising to me at all. We know that they're at this point, unless there's a dramatic improvement from Jalen Hurts, they're probably not going to be welcoming Jalen Hurts back next year as their starting quarterback. And this year's draft quarterbacks, who knows how they think about them? It doesn't seem like it's a real, headliner type of class. And we know that Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers will probably be changing uniforms. So, I mean, to me, it's not that surprising that was brought up and said.
Jeff Mosher, the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brand new. Check it out at Inside Birds, at Jeff Mosher NFL. Give him a follow. And, of course, Football at 4. Andrew's back tomorrow. Adam's here on Friday's show. All right, Jeff. See you, man.
All right. Take care.
There's Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. It's brought to you by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destination all season long at the Wild Wild West Tropicana Harrah's Resort Atlantic City. Book your game day experience today, Caesars.com. I'm Mike Gill. Coming up, my Find Five Ugly Five. 5 best, 5 worst teams in the NFL. I've got the list right here, plus Joe Valerio. We'll talk football with him tonight at 5 o'clock, and Jeff Kerr at 5:30. Stick around. 4:33, I'm Mike Gill. This hour brought to you by Prop Swap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet, take your profit, find out how. Go to PropSwap.com. Download the Prop Swap app today. Speaking of Prop Swap, they got a ticket right now. Last night, the Braves won. They had the Braves winning at 60-1, right? They had the Braves at 60-1, and now they hit for a huge win. They put $50 on the Braves to win at 60-1. They collected $3,000 on that. But there's another ticket out there at PropSwap. With the Braves winning the World Series last night, somebody had a $10 parlay. And so far, the parlay was, who does this, Josh? Like, are you the kind of bettor who would do something like this? I feel like you might do this, right?
I need a little more information.
I'm giving it to you.
Tonight.
It's a 4-leg parlay. Somebody bet Baylor to win the national championship.
Oh, I would never do this. No, never mind.
Tampa Bay to win the NHL Stanley Cup. The Braves to win the World Series. And the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl this year. So they have 3 out of 4. They have a $10 wager, and the payout is $19,000. So all they need now is the Chiefs to win. So they have posted this ticket on PropSwap. So you can go buy this ticket now, and you have already hit 3 out of the 4. The only thing is, do you think the Chiefs can win the Super Bowl? And if you do, go to PropSwap right now and bid on that ticket. That's how PropSwap works. Somebody made that bet at some point, and now all they need is Kansas City to win the Super Bowl.
The funny thing is, the Kansas City win the Super Bowl was probably the most likely one.
Well, Tampa Bay winning the Stanley Cup is pretty good, too.
Was solid, yeah. But I mean, like, of the picks, it seems like that was the one, and that's probably the hardest one at this point.
Right. At this point, you would say that seemed, well, all the other ones have already hit.
Right.
But Baylor winning the national championship, even though they were really, really, really good, seeing Baylor winning national championship
was a little weird.
It's just right. It's just like, it seems like such a far-fetched thing, right?
Right. Like, I would never, if you would have asked me to do futures odds on like a college basketball season, Baylor has never been like top 5 of mine in my memory.
No, of course not. Nobody would pick Baylor to win the national championship unless you're Jeff Nadeau.
That's true.
At the beginning of the year. So last night I bought a pair of sneakers. I haven't bought a pair of sneakers in a long, long time. So I was researching sneakers because I can't find any sneakers that I actually want to buy anywhere near here. So I had to like start Googling things that I like. Well, you know what's happening now? I'm getting served ads for the most random pairs of sneakers you could ever find. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like I'm getting the music ready for for Fine 5, Ugly 5. And the pair of sneakers ad is running for some pair of sneakers that I looked at last night. I actually bought a pair of sneakers last night online. First time ever.
Really?
I've never bought a pair of sneakers online because I just can't trust a pair coming in online.
See, that's one of my big paranoia. I can't buy things like shoes online.
Shoes. I've never done shoes online, but I just can't. Nobody in this area sells a good sneaker. I'm sorry. We got to do better. Somebody open a sneaker shop that does better. The sneaker selection in this area is terrible.
Would you go into business with somebody to ensure that the sneaker shop has the right supply?
No. I don't think there's enough demand. You know why? Because most people settle for the white New Balance with the blue N.
Not me.
Not you, but I'm saying that's why. The sneaker selection, we got to do better as a region here, people.
As a society.
As a society in the area that we live, we need to stop settling for the white New Balance with the blue N, because you are now hurting my selection, because you are so fixated on buying this shoe. These stores are delivering me that quality of sneaker, and I can't settle for that quality of sneaker.
I think you should start your own shoe store.
I don't know that. I don't know what the markup is on sneaks and what,
You can learn.
The problem is too many people have no care about their footwear.
That is true.
They just buy the white New Balance with the blue N.
Or all they buy is like name brand and they don't really pay attention.
Yeah, like see the pair of sneakers that I found last night. I never even heard of the brand. I did the research and I found this brand of sneaker that is considered one of the most comfortable sneakers, but it's a stylish comfort. It's not the white New Balance with the blue N, which I'm not ready to go that way yet or ever. I actually picked them up the other day, my girlfriend and I held it up to her. I actually tried it on. I said, I want to see why everybody succumbs to this sneaker. What is it about this sneaker?
You want to know what the hype's about.
What is it about? And I put it on and she didn't see me. And I said to her, what do you think of this one? And she looked down. She goes, get that off your effing foot. That's what she said to me.
So was the sneaker comfortable or no?
No, I mean, it's nothing special. Put it this way. It's not worth whatever I have given up in style or whatever illusion I have given up that I have given up on life. It is not worth the ridicule. The comfort is not worth the investment of ridicule.
Okay. I got
you know, like if people are going to look at you like that guy's given up, like soon as I see someone wear that shoe, I know you've given up. So it's not worth for $60. That's what that sneaker costs, like $60. It's not worth the ridicule because everybody's pointing and laughing at you. You have that sneaker on, you're getting laughed at by everybody except for the others who have that same sneaker, which is a lot of people, sadly.
I mean, I'm not going to act like I have some eclectic, collection of sneakers, but you see me, all my sneakers are pretty much black.
Mhm.
I'm the black sneaker guy.
Yep. Oh, if you went with the black New Balance with the black end, I have no problem. The white one with the blue end, you've given up.
See, I'm not a fan of white sneakers in general because they get dirty easily.
Yeah, exactly. But how they coerce people into buying that sneaker, I'll never know. That's why the sneaker selection in this area is subpar because of people like everybody out there. I would say there's a good 40% of my listening audience that's wearing that sneaker. And I'm trying to shame you to get that sneaker, just like my girlfriend said to me, get that shoe off your effing foot.
People are looking down at their feet right now wondering if you're talking about them or not.
If you have that white sneaker with the blue N on it, you can do better, my friend. There is a more comfortable option in the same price range. You know what it is? It's cost, and people just give up. I don't want to spend a lot of money on a shoe.
Right. They go to the really inexpensive shoe place, and they just get whatever fits.
Because you can get that shoe everywhere. It's the problem we have. Get that shoe everywhere, and everybody makes it. You got a white Nike with the blue swoosh. You got the white New Balance with the blue N. Every brand has their version of the New Balance. You know what the problem is? Now you got these trendy kids in like their 30s who are wearing those shoes thinking that that's cool.
Well, because they also buy it because it's the LeBron shoe, the Kyrie shoe, the Seth Curry shoe, and those shoes are white. So then everyone's like, oh, well, people are wearing white shoes now. And it's like, no.
Well, a white shoe is never a good decision. It gets dirty and ends up being a waste of money. All right, you want my fine five, ugly five?
If you want to squeeze it in before the break, or you want to...
Oh, you want me to take a break and then do it? Okay, I can do that. By the way, we'll do another 99 bottles coming up. Alex in Villas, Charles in Galloway, Linda in North Cape May. They qualified earlier in the show. We'll do another one coming up here in just a little bit. Stick around. All right, Fine Five, Ugly Five, Sports Bash, brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt, 6211 Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. All right, here we go, Josh. These are my Fine Five, Ugly Five teams. I mean, it is difficult. There's not like five standouts. There's like a bunch. So my people's might differ from mine. So here we go. Ready? 5-5, Ugly Five.
Let's do it.
Number 5, the Jets. Now, last week I had the Jets at 2. They won this week.
Right.
They had a great week. Mike White, 405 yards. He had the most yards passing in the entire week of any player in the league.
That's a prop swap thing.
There was a prop swap thing. And Mike White gets the Jets from my number 2 spot in the Ugly Five to my number 5 spot in the Ugly Five. Number 4, Detroit. I mean, they got Rochambeau'd by Philadelphia.
It's a little higher than I expect you to have.
Well, I had them 5 last week. They moved up to 4. I mean, you got crushed at home by Philadelphia, and you're 0-8. The whole, they fight hard. I still feel that Detroit would beat these 3 teams.
Okay.
All right, Houston's number 3. You like
Debatable.
Houston better than Detroit?
A little bit.
I mean, Houston's a minus 122. Detroit's minus 110.
Here's the problem. I think I have a little recency bias. I think that's maybe affecting my perspective here.
What did Houston do recently?
They didn't get totally shut down.
Okay, well, Detroit the week before should have beat the Rams, and they should have beat Baltimore earlier this year. I mean,
also, Houston's playing with Davis Mills. Tyrod Taylor at least is coming back.
Well, it's one of the reasons why they're worse in Detroit. They got Davis Mills. That's one of the reasons why I'm considering why you stink. Just because what am I supposed to say? I take him out of the equation. He's part of the equation of why you stink.
Well, when Tyrod Taylor comes back, will you move him up?
If they start to win.
I still don't understand how they were competitive with the Patriots a few weeks ago, but go ahead.
Well, on the same token, Detroit was competitive with the Rams and Baltimore.
And San Francisco.
And the Baltimore game, they lost on a 68-yard field goal.
66-yard field goal.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
That doinked in.
Essentially, they beat Baltimore.
Yeah.
If not for Tucker. If you know the greatest kicker in the history of the NFL, Detroit beats Baltimore.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And remember, they almost beat San Francisco, but they messed up.
They were beating the Rams in the fourth quarter of that game.
Yeah. Remember, that was supposed to be the game at Stafford, blew them out, the revenge game.
Yeah.
Didn't happen.
All right, what else we got here? Number 2 is Jacksonville.
Easy. I mean, they're just a mess. And now James Robinson looks like he's probably done for the year.
Oh, geez, really?
Yeah, he apparently has an injury. He may be having surgery.
Yeah, I was looking at some betting lines today on coaches to get fired. First coach to get fired this year, Mike Zimmer, 2-1.
Okay.
Urban Meyer, 3-1. Joe Judge, 4-1.
I don't think Meyer gets fired. I think he's more likely to quit before he gets fired.
Nagy, 4-1. Brian Flores, 7-1. I know what you're saying. Where the hell's Sirianni? He's deep on this list. 25-1. You could bet Sirianni to be he ain't getting fired. And guess what? Sirianni will be back again next year. I'll put that to rest right now. That's my prediction there.
Hey, the owner picked him.
Well, the owner picks everybody. He still fires him at some point.
No, but I mean, like, the owner already got rid of the Super Bowl winning coach for this guy.
Yeah.
They're going to fire him after 1 year.
All right, number 1's Miami.
It's so pathetic. I mean, that team, they won, 9-10 games last year?
They should have been. Were they in the playoffs last year, Miami?
They just missed.
Well, Flores, everybody liked him as a coach. He seemed to be getting the energy of this organization moving in the right direction. They've already tanked for Tua. They got Tua, and they still stink. And one of the reasons they stink is their defense is horrible.
Which is ridiculous because Flores is a defensive guy.
Yeah, 233 points they've given up. I think Miami plays Houston this week. It's a battle for my Ugly Five top spot. The loser of that game is definitively the worst team.
Absolutely.
Who's Jacksonville play this week?
I got to double check that.
Jacksonville plays. They play Buffalo. They're getting Rochambeau.
Oh, they're getting crushed. Buffalo's going to destroy them.
That's my Ugly Five. Fine Five. Ready? Speaking of Buffalo, number 5. I moved them back in. I like Buffalo. I just like that team. They weren't all that impressive against Miami last week either, but I just like I like Buffalo more than 6, 7, 8, 9. 4, Arizona.
Makes sense.
They lost a game. I moved them down. They were I had Arizona 1 last week.
I was going to say, I thought you had them 1 last
Yeah, they
week.
lost to Green Bay. I got the Rams 3.
Does
I know
Von
somebody
Miller
said, how could the
factor in?
Rams not be in your 5? They had that game against Detroit that worried me, but they bounced back. They're won 4 in a row. I got them jumped up to 3 right now.
And they added Von Miller.
They did get Von Miller. I got Green Bay 2, but they're not going to have Rodgers this week.
Right, they're playing the Chiefs.
And they play the Chiefs. Now, we think the Chiefs are still good, but are they?
They're good enough.
This is a really good song, by the way. And I got Dallas at number 1. I got Dallas number 1. They won with Cooper Rush last week. Tells me that they got the mojo. They got the stuff going in the right direction. Now, team I moved out that won last week, they were 4, Tennessee, but with Derrick Henry out, I can't in good conscience say they're one of the 5 best teams in the league right now. The other team, Tampa Bay, lost to the Saints, so I pulled Tampa Bay out. I mean, in my heart of hearts, I still think Tampa's one of the 5 best teams in the league. I'm a coward for Tampa's better than Arizona is. Tampa's better than the Rams are, in my opinion.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Cooper Rush. Now, you remember what he looks like.
Barely.
Doesn't Cooper Rush look like he's the guy who would play Carson Wentz in a movie about the Eagles 2017 season?
So he's an actor now?
Well, I mean, he's got the red beard look going.
Sure. Yeah, he's got a Carson Wentz look to him.
Yeah. He looks like he would be the guy who plays Carson Wentz
Or
in a
Andy
movie about the
Dalton.
Eagles. Well, you have to shave to be Andy Dalton. Dalton doesn't have the beard.
So he doesn't anymore?
Nah. I think Dalton realized the beard wasn't helping him.
So that's my fine 5. Dallas, Green Bay, Rams, Arizona. That's 4 NFC teams, by the way. And Buffalo, number 5.
So you think right now the NFC is way loaded compared to the AFC?
Well, the NFC has 6 playoff teams definitively right now. I think the AFC, yesterday we did fine 5, ugly 5. I mean, the 3 wild cards, Kansas City, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, I mean, for me anyway, they're flimsy right now. You got Indy's under 500, Kansas City's 500, and Cincinnati hasn't been good since Moses wore short pants. And that sound right there means it's time for you to dive on in. You could be a part of this year's 99 Bottles party, and I hope you will be. 3 callers, 609-573-3776. 3 callers at random are going in right now. You are going to be a part of this year's 99 Bottles party. 99 bottles, 99 tickets. It's all happening at Vagabond Kitchen and Tap House. Someone's going to walk out that day with club box tickets to go see the Eagles play. Somebody's going to walk out with Flyers tickets, Sixers tickets, concerts tickets, and more. But you got to be registered to win. And you can do that right now at 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. It's all thanks to Vagabond Kitchen and Tap House in Egg Harbor Township. All right, final hour of the show here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Joe Valerio played in the NFL with the Kansas City Chiefs. We talk football every Wednesday. Right now, he joins me. A lot to talk about. Like to really hash it up with. We plan to do this on Wednesdays because you kind of get a football perspective from someone who played in the league on now them getting past the game before and moving forward to the week ahead. And Joe, I mean, we saw really one of the best performances of the season for any team by Philadelphia in that game against the Detroit Lions. But of course, you know how fans are, Joe. Well, it was only the Lions.
Right.
Is it only the Lions, or did the Eagles look impressive?
Yeah. Hey, Mike, great to be back. And you're right. Middle of the week is great. Wednesday's great because, hey, in following an NFL fashion, it's the first day of a player's week. A lot of people don't know that. We're all used to going back to work on Mondays if you're on like a normal business, corporate, whatever type schedule. Today is the first day of the work week for an NFL player. So it's a short week. The coaches are there obviously Monday, Tuesday doing their thing, but this is the first day for the players. So long story long, it is a good day to get to chat about this. Mike, look, there's 53 NFL players on the Detroit Lions, and the Eagles beat them. I don't care if they're 0-8. It's a win, right? It's a W. It's a chance for a team to go out and to execute on a game plan, and they did that, right? Let's take it for all the positive that it's worth. We know that the Eagles are not going to be in the mix when you talk about power rankings and being in the top 5 in the conference or the top 10 in the NFL. We know that. But what are the Eagles fans looking for out of this season? They're looking for steady improvement. They're looking for a chance for this team to figure out who they are, how they're going to define themselves, and let's get this team into the playoffs and see how far it goes. I really think that's doable, Mike. If I'm sitting in the Eagles locker room as a player, and I'm saying this completely objectively and not being a Philly homer, right, and a kid who's lived here my whole life, I think this team has a legitimate shot at making the playoffs. And hey, that'd be great for the fans because I don't know if it was going to be expected when they kind of were looking at this preseason team.
Yeah, I don't know. And I said this, I tweeted this out, and people are all over me, like, stop it. Like, they're not. I said, it's not me saying that I think they're good. It's that everybody around them has as many warts as you do. I think people, when you're so close to the situation, the warts look thicker and bigger and more, and not realizing Atlanta's got warts, Carolina's got warts, Minnesota, they all have the same issues that you and I talk about with the Eagles and the Chiefs and everybody else weekly. That's going on with the teams that you are now competing for that 7th wild card spot with.
Yeah, Mike, I mean, look, I know because I cover the Chiefs and another life, put on another hat and do that because I played for the Chiefs and I follow them. And I hate to keep bringing that up because I know we want to talk Philly, we want to talk Eagles, but
No, we just talk NFL, man.
Yeah.
And it's such a good parallel with this Chiefs team. People thought was a Super Bowl contender, and they are struggling big time.
Talk about warts. My God, it's like, to be honest, I'd rather be in the Eagles fan shoes than I would be in the Chiefs fan shoes right now because of expectations. It's like Mike, when somebody says, you got to see this movie, it's the best movie ever, it's going to win an Oscar, and you go to the movie and it stinks, you're like, oh, what a low. You're like, oh, that movie stunk because your expectations were so high going into it, right? That's how I think a lot of fans look at the beginning of the season, like, oh my God, the Chiefs, 3 Super Bowls in a row, and they're going to do, and then all of a sudden they go off the
Well, you know
cliff.
what's funny, Joe? The perception you have when you enter a season sticks with you. So all season long, the perception of the Eagles coming in was it's a transition year. They're not going to be very good. They only won 4 games. So you never want to buy into them because your pre-perception was they're not any good. The perception of the Chiefs is they're going to turn it around. They're going to turn it around. They're going to turn it around. Till what point do you get to where you change the perception? It almost never happens. Your pre-perception never changes until like a catastrophe injury happens. And
Right.
The Chiefs don't have that catastrophe injury. And that's why it's hard to come to terms with maybe they're just not that good. Where the Eagles, they haven't had that injury. Brandon Graham, but still, like, well, I didn't think they were going to be good. And then now they've won 3 games, and here they are. They have this schedule coming up that's kind of easy, but I didn't believe in them at the beginning, so I can't believe in them now.
Yeah, you know what's a great point, Mike, and that's what happens with fans. I'll tell you, that's not what happens in the locker room, though. You know, in the locker room, you're looking at a way to extend the season, right? And that's what every player wants to do. I was on teams that had really, really high expectations, right? When Joe Montana got there in 1993, the expectations were actually, believe it or not, relatively low. We were hoping that he could propel us just that one more, thing into the playoffs, and then all of a sudden, bam, we're in the AFC Championship. People are like, "What the heck?" And you're right. People didn't believe it. They didn't believe that it was happening. Then, oh my God, we went to the AFC Championship game the next year. Well, they're going to repeat, right? And we had a relatively disappointing 1994 season, even though we had pretty much the same roster coming back. And you're right, but in the locker room, it's always about the next game, because Marty Schottenheimer used to tell us, and that's what every NFL coach tells you. The next game is, the most important game is the next game, and you just keep going and you keep fighting, and you just try to extend the season. You try to build. Now, granted, there's puppet masters and there's GMs and owners and high-level executives trying to make decisions about the next year and the next year, and they might be looking 5 years out. But as a player, you're looking about the team in front of you, the guy in front of you on a Sunday, the team in front of you. You're looking at the next game that you're playing, and you're looking at that season, and that's all they're really thinking about. I think I was a little bit disappointed that the Eagles kind of sat on the sidelines a little bit for this trade deadline. I think there were some places maybe they could have made some moves to ensure that and there's a lot of offensive linemen out there. Laurent Duvernay-Tardif, who was a starter on that Chiefs Super Bowl team, ended up not getting traded from the Chiefs for a 6th-round pick, which I thought was a steal for a proven starter like that could have provided a lot of depth for the Eagles. So I just think that was just one example that you always want to see the teams that are in the Eagles' position right now, where they're looking at this relatively easy schedule and thinking, man, what could they have done that could have really propelled them to that 9-7, 10-6 season? That's actually attainable for this squad. I think this team can go 9-7 or 10-6, or I'm sorry, 9-8. Yeah, right, sorry, exactly. I keep forgetting about that extra game, or 10-7. They could actually do that and end up in the playoffs. So I was a little disappointed that they didn't make at least one big move to give the fans something to chew on.
Well, on the flip side, they didn't move anybody. They didn't move Fletcher Cox. They didn't move some of their veteran players. So I wonder if somewhere deep down inside they said, you know what, we're right in the mix here. That balance, Joe, where they're in a weird spot. They have a veteran offensive line, but they have very young skill position players. Their wide receivers, they've got a rookie and 2 second-year guys. Their tight end's a 4th-year guy. Their running back's a young player. The quarterback's a 2nd-year guy. So you have this veteran line with young skill players, and you wonder, this balance of, should we go for it? You're trying to evaluate these young players. You don't want to strip down the evaluation process by putting that guy in a position with lesser players.
Right. Exactly. And I think what I'm going to be looking for out of that evaluation process is the continuation of this RPO, right? We talked a little bit about it last week, as your listeners might remember, but I think to me it's when your quarterback is your leading rusher, you have to start really thinking about, okay, are we all in on this? Are we all in on this offense? Because it's going to be a 2 to 3 year commitment if they decide that, look, this is what we're going with. I remember when Joe Montana came to Kansas City, and we were smash mouth. I mean, if any of your fans are over the age of 35, maybe remember Christian Okoye, right? If you played Nintendo, everybody wanted to be Christian Okoye, the Nigerian Nightmare, 265-pound tailback. We went from smash mouth, we ran the ball, if we had 60 plays in the game, we ran it 45, 50 times. We threw the ball 10, and they were all play action. And then we go to this West Coast offense, and it's what's kind of it's hearkening me back to those days. And I'm getting that feel in my stomach of completely changing your game plan and saying, and I'll never forget, Paul Hackett and was offense coordinator, and Marty Schottenheimer, head coach, came in and said, guys, this is a multi-year commitment. So buckle up your chin strap, get into that playbook, because we are all in on this and we're making a multi-year commitment. I don't want you to think that we're going to do this West Coast thing for 1 year and see how it flies. We're all in. And I think, I hope that that's what the Eagles are doing. And if they are, they're communicating that with the players, saying, look, we're going to give this a shot, because philosophies like that take a while to take hold and they take a while to undo if they decided to move next year to, I don't know, Tom Brady ends up on the Eagles, right? Oh, we're going to be drop back quarterback. We're going to be short passing game now. That's tough. That's tough to flip flop like that. And
it's tough to flip flop like what they did. They ran the ball 46, 48 times. After not running the ball 50 times in 5 weeks, last week they just said, we're just exclusively going. So, Joe, I wonder if you're a coach and you don't run the ball for 7 weeks, and then all of a sudden that happens. Did you kind of backwards yourself into what your identity is?
Yeah, I think a lot of
that team. They don't want to be that team, right? It's evident they don't want to be that team.
No, they want to get identity. And I think, Mike, I'm making a prediction this game, knowing what I know about the Chargers, that if the Eagles don't continue that same philosophy and run it till they stop them, shame on them.
Yeah, because the Chargers they can't stop the run at all.
It's got to be, you got to go with what's working for you and what's going to work against your opponent. That's what the NFL is all about. That's the chess match that has to happen. And whether they telegraph it or not, and whether they just, beep, 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 and they shouldn't have telegraphed.
That's a good point. Joe, you were an offensive lineman, so the other guy across from you, he's snarling at you. He knows you're running it, and you're still in your mind saying, I don't care that you know that I'm going to run it because my technique is better than your technique.
Absolutely. That's what you have to do as an offensive lineman. That's what you have to do with this veteran offensive line. They got to buckle it up, look them right in the eye, and maybe even tell the guy ahead of you, hey, we're running your way. Look at my knuckles and my 3-point stance. Look how white my knuckles are. I'm putting all the pressure on my down hand, as we used to say, and here I come, and we're coming at you. So stop us, and we're going to keep running until you do.
And the big part there, Joe, is, and I think you could probably, expand on this, is how demoralizing it is when you just keep getting 4, 3, 5, 4, 5, and they just can't stop you, to the point where the Eagles last week ran it 46 times because they just couldn't stop them. How demoralizing is that for the guy across from you?
It is so, I'm telling you, I've seen so many defensive players put their hands on their hips, put their hands on their knees, get into a squat position because they are completely and utterly exhausted. It is so much harder to go backwards and run defense for a defensive lineman and for linebackers to have to fill those holes on consistently on running plays than it is to pass rush and to get into coverage. So it is completely physically demoralizing, like literally physically demoralizing, and it's also mentally demoralizing. I was involved in a high school football game when I was coaching high school football here in Delaware County, and we ran the ball 80 times. It was like, I think it was either number 1 or number 2 in the state of Pennsylvania at that time. And I'm telling you, I never had, as an offensive line coach, I never had more fun than hearing in the headphones. It was 3rd and like 13, and we had already run the ball like 72 times. And our head coach says to the offensive coordinator, by the way, you're not passing on this, you're running. And I was like, yeah, like it was like 3rd and super long, and we're like still running the ball because as an offensive lineman that can just be, that can be devastating to a defense when you just keep punching it, and plus you control the clock. And
and add to this, Joe, is defenses are now built to try to stop the passing game. So if you're going to run it at them, they got personnel on the field that is not equipped to handle the run game because their personnel is thinking that everybody wants to pass.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of like about the RPO. As you know, the RPO is not a, bring in your 2 big tight ends and, line 7 up across the front with your 5 linemen and the 2 tight ends. Like that's not the kind of running offense it is. It's an offense that's geared to be able to run against any defense. You want to throw your 4-2-5 out there, right? I go back to, Coach Spags, who we all know as Eagles fans, from the Giants days, and now he's with the Chiefs. Like that 4-2-5 is the way that defenses are going, right? It's the 4 athletic down linemen with the 2 big big guys in the middle. It's the it's the 2 athletic linebackers who can cover backs out of the flat, who can cover the athletic tight ends. It's the 5, basically what it is. It's nickel all the time. And that's what the 4-2-5 is. And that's what the RPO is not. It's nice about it is you don't have to telegraph always that you're running the ball. You can run it against any defense because in RPO, remember, you're not blocking somebody. Like that's the beauty. Like I don't know if a lot of like people know that in option offense, there's a player that is unblocked who is what you call the decision man, right? So the quarterback's, he's putting the ball in the gut of the running back, and he's, it's called the mesh, right? So they put that in the mesh, and he's looking, and that he's not looking at the running back, he's looking at that player, and if that player makes a decision about what he's going to do, that's when he makes his decision either to pull it, pass it, pull it, run it, right? Or hand it off if that player doesn't make that decision. So there's an unblocked guy. So it's not like this whole RPO thing needs to be line up your best 7 against our best 7, and we're going to do what's called an inside drill, right? Like you do in practice when it's 7v7 run plays. Like it's an opportunity to run it against anything, and that's what I like about it. And you can attack that defense and take advantage of the matchups if they get it right. That's why you always see the quarterback, check so many checks these days, right? They're always calling plays off because they can run that against any defense, which I love. And I think if the Eagles don't do that this week, shame on them. Shame on them.
Agree. And look, they got a little bit more aggressive on defense too. And I know Detroit doesn't have the best outside weaponry, but they had the safeties up. They released Eric Wilson today, the linebacker. They've made some tweaks to the linebacking core. So it'll be interesting. John Gannon was being very criticized for the lack of aggression in their defense. And last week, in the 3 wins they have this year, they've only given up 10 points. So it's been such a Jekyll and Hyde defense. They either get blitzed. Their defense either gets blitzed or they give up 10 points a game. It's such a weird dynamic of why there's such a tale of 2 defenses depending on the level of opponent almost, it seems like.
Yeah, they're I think what this team is still doing, they're still trying to figure out who they are. They're trying to get their identity, right? They're trying to figure out whether they're going to be that pressure defense, bend don't break, are they going to be, the sort of in your face, aggressive, take chances, take risks. Okay, so we get beat by bringing too much pressure from the corners or the safeties. I mean, they just have to figure out what it is they need to do. And I'll tell you, sometimes for offenses, believe it or not, it's hard on offense to try to get an understanding of what a defense is when they show you that Jekyll and Hyde. So maybe there's some method to the madness here as we head into the these later weeks, middle weeks of the season. That how do you game plan against that? How do you, because you only get so many reps in practice to say, okay, we're gonna practice against the blitz, we're gonna practice against covers, what's cover 2, we're gonna 7 deep. It's really hard to practice against that. So maybe there's some method to the madness, and now that we get into this meat of the season, they're gonna stick with a philosophy and go with it. That's kind of what you hope.
Well, as you said, it's almost malpractice if they don't come out and try to just come right back and feature the run and say, look, try to stop us.
Yeah. And on defense, get after it.
Right. Nobody's going to question your game plan if you said, hey, we tried to run and Los Angeles just was the better team, the more physical team up front today. I would imagine that wouldn't happen. And I'll ask you, Joe, I don't know how much you zone in on watching the Eagles and their offensive line, but Mailata and Landon Dickerson, that young kid, now you're starting to see what they liked about him. He's got a little nasty streak. I don't know if his sea legs were really under him early because he was struggling a little bit. But this past week, Mailata and Dickerson, man, they just controlled the game.
They did. They meshed. Like I call it, I talked about the quarterback mesh, but, offensive line play, it's all teamwork. Everybody thinks it's just, mano y mano, and you just got 2 guys, across the ball smashing into each other. But with the size of these defensive tackles today, Mike, and the athletic ability of these linebackers and trying to get to the next level it's all zone blocking.
Yeah.
So you got to be able to work your hips together, and you got to get those hips together. You can't let there be a seam. And then when you've got to push that down lineman, use your 600 pounds against those 350 pounds, move those 350 pounds to the next level and be able to absorb a linebacker. And now you've got two guys blocking two guys, but you're doing it by combination, right? And that's what Dickerson and Mulata are starting to do. They're starting to get that mesh together. And Jason, look, he's always had that. He plays so well with his guards, and I never have seen any issues with him, even with the rotating sort of a door of guards that have gone through the Eagles lineup. It's never about the center guard mesh. It's never about that zone. It's always been the tackle. Where we're getting split is at the guard tackle spot. So that's something for fans to really watch this week. If and I'm so glad you brought that up, because I want them to zero in on those two. Watch them getting their hips together and how they're pushing the down lineman to the next level, blocking two guys with two guys, but using, we always used to say, block the linebacker with the defensive tackle's butt. And so watch that this week for those two and see how that is effective.
Well, it's funny because a buddy of mine texted, it's not that he doesn't like Mailata, I don't think he thought that he thought it was early to give him the contract. Essentially, he hasn't proven anything. What are you giving this guy this contract for? And I said, well, they're betting that they're getting him at under market value, because if he plays the way they think he's going to play, he's not going to get $80 million. He's going to get $110 million. So, yeah, maybe they signed him too early. So I watched a lot of Mailata, and he struggled a lot against the Raiders, but it appeared that he was kind of hurt in that game. But whatever, he's going to make mistakes. Last week, you zone in on Mailata, and you got to say, holy mackerel, I see why. I mean, the guy's just a massive human being, and he's athletic as can be. And, Joe, for him to be a player who's played no high school football, no collegiate football, and be at the level he's at right now, you would only imagine he's going to just keep getting better and better.
Absolutely, Mike. And offensive line, I call it the deepest maturation position on the field. It absolutely is the position that you need to mature into the NFL game is offensive line. And I'm not just saying because I played offensive line, and I made a transition like Mulata, right? I came from, I was blocking Biff McNutty from Harvard, right? And then I'm going against Howie Long and Reggie White. Like, what the hell? Like, what am I doing out here? Like, what was happening, right?
Well, and by the way, that is a segment that one day we have to just kind of, to talk about is the jump of playing at small college and then going against an all-pro, like the level of difference in the speed and the power and all that. That's a story in itself.
But that's what Mulata's going through right now. And yeah, I can't wait to talk about that with you, Mike. But that's what he's going through right now. He's making the adjustment. And look at every position on the field. Running back, you can make an impact early. It's an athletic position. It's an instinct position. It's a position where if you're coming out of a Big Five power school or any Division I school for that matter, you're going to be ready to play in the NFL with a little bit of time. Yeah, granted, you're going to have to get used to some of the speed and some of the big hits that you see coming from especially from the size of the defensive backs in the NFL. But like every other position, you could go position by position, wide receiver, even quarterback to a certain degree, anything on defense, right? You can make the transition pretty easily because you're going forward, right? You're aggressive and you're going in a direction where you want to go. Offensive line, you're going backwards, forward, sideways. It's 90% technique. Now, granted, you have to have the measurables. You have to be big and you have to have long arms and you got to be strong and athletic and all that stuff. But like, to me, the offensive line is 90%. I'll be conservative and say 75% technique. And so it just takes time. It takes time. So I hope the fans give him a shot. Watch that matchup this week. Watch those two getting their hips together and see how many times you can count when Mulata and Dickerson block a linebacker with the defensive tackle's butt.
Remember that statement from Joe Valerio. He'll be back on Wednesday next week. We just like to hash it up, talk football, chop it up, talk about his experiences. The Believe in Podcast Network, Believe in the Chiefs is where you can hear more of Joe and hear about all their struggles that's going on there. And Joe, it's always good catching up with you, man.
Thanks, Mike. Looking forward to it. And, anytime the AFC West opponent gets beat by NFC East, I'm happy. It's a happy day.
Yes, sir. And next week, too, the Broncos are here. So Chargers, Broncos. There's Joe. He'll be back on Wednesday's show next week. I always love just catching up to Joe and picking his brain on a bunch of stuff that's going on. But when we come back, we got a lot more in the NFL. Of course, the Eagles released linebacker Eric Wilson today. Who benefits from that, and how does that change the defense? We got the latest coming up here on the Sports Bash plus Ben Simmons News. Don't go away. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. All right, 5:32. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. He's back for another edition of the NFL conversation here, as we do each and every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Jeff Kerr looks like he's angry right now. He's got an angry, stoic look on his face. Either that or he's just frozen in the video screen right now. Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. Yeah, I did see it. He seems to have no reaction right now to what I'm saying. Maybe he can't hear me. I'll have to see if he's hearing. Are you not hearing me, Jeff Kerr? Are you hearing me or no? He is not hearing me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, he is not hearing me. So obviously something's going on there. Jeff Kerr, do you hear me? Does he see me? It's a bizarre situation. All right. We'll have to try to connect with Jeff and see if he can hear me and see me. Are you not hearing me? Are you hearing me? No, you are not hearing me. All right. So we'll have to exit him out here and try to put him back in. See if he can exit in and out, and then see if you can call him and tell him to exit in and out. We'll pop him back on here. Just real quick with Joe, with what we were talking about there. He talked about the offensive line. You know, the Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, there was a lot there with the offensive line conversation in the offseason about how good this offensive line can be. And then the conversation about taking Landon Dickerson in the second round. Like, why would you take a offensive lineman in the second round? And you're seeing why the Eagles liked Landon Dickerson, because he is a guy that they really, really can see playing next to Mailata, the two of those guys together. Massive guys. And I think, a lot of people talk about when Kelsey leaves, is Dickerson going to be the center or the guard? I think that they're going to try to find out now. I think we got Jeff Kerr. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Mike. That was on my end. So my computer got the whole reboot yesterday, and I guess the mic was on mute. I'm like, okay, like where's Mike Gill at? I know I'm here.
I was wondering if you could. I was wondering if you couldn't see me though. I was like, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was typing something else in. I'm like, it's 5:30. Normally coming on, but
we're here.
Hey, everything worked out.
That's good. Let's a couple things. Well, I was just talking about Mailata and Dickerson, those two guys, how dominating they were next to each other. And it made me think, like, hey, people were wondering, why would you take Dickerson in the second round? You're getting a little showcase of why they liked him so much. I guess the question I would have is, they look at him as the guy going to be playing next to Mailata the next 10 years, or do they move him to center when Kelsey's done?
I think he's going to be a replacement for either Jason Kelsey or Brandon Brooks. I'm just not sure which one's going to be. Maybe it's whoever leaves first. Because remember, Brandon Brooks got a huge cap hit next year.
Well, can't they maybe go? Maybe can they not keep him at guard and play Seumalo at center?
I mean, they could do that. Don't get me wrong, but I think they like Isaac Seumalo at left guard. I think Landon Dickerson is either going to be the center or the right guard on this football team going forward.
All right. Because I like the two of those guys, Mailata and Dickerson. I like those two guys next to each other. That is a whole lot of massive offensive line coming out. I mean, those two guys just dominated Detroit. After watching a little bit of those two guys again, I'm saying, because looking forward, I said, all right, what did they do well in this game? That Los Angeles can't stop the run a lick. So if I'm watching that game back and I'm Nick Sirianni, I'm saying, my God, did we see what Mailata and Dickerson did in this game? Can we not do that again against the Chargers?
Oh, I agree with you, Mike. And, this has been a hot topic, I guess, on Eagles Twitter, as I've seen, you probably have seen already, but they're running the ball to cover up Jalen Hurts. I said, no, they're not. They're running the ball because they know they can run the ball, and the head coach is smart enough to realize that. And look, it's funny. We went from the Eagles were 28th in the carries per game a week ago going into the Detroit game to now they're 14th because Nick Sirianni ran the ball 46 times. I don't expect them to run it 46 times this week, but you're absolutely right. You can run the ball up the left side of the line with Jordan Mailata, with Landon Dickerson. You're seeing that potential there. Jason Kelsey's one of the best run blocking centers in the league. Nate Herbig's a really good run blocker at guard too, and you know what Lane Johnson could do? This is what this offensive line wants, Mike. They don't want to be backing up all the time. That's what gets them hurt. That's what gets them tired. When they are pounding the ball moving forward, that is when you see the brilliance of this offensive line come into place.
Right, and I would imagine Boston Scott's got to be the guy that you lean on again. Mix in Jordan Howard. Somebody tweeted at me earlier that back when the Eagles first kind of jumped on the Andy Reid scene, they had that three-headed monster with Buckhalter and Westbrook and Deuce. Gainwell, Boston, Howard. Go with the three guys again this week. Feature Boston. I like Boston when they're pretty good when they use him in the past, man.
Oh, I agree, and that's one thing. You want to mention the past there, Mike. Remember in the early years, like Andy Reid relied on Deuce Staley a lot. That Deuce Staley had the season-ending foot injury, and then Donnell Autry was okay. He wasn't great, but then Chris Warren had a couple good games for him. They got him off the street from Dallas, and and then they drafted Corral Buckholder, the pair with
Don't
Deuce
forget
Staley.
Darnell Autry.
Yeah, Donnell Autry, Northwestern Pride. So. Yeah, but you're right. Boston Scott is really good running in between the tackles. When you think of Boston Scott, you don't actually think of him as a good in between the tackles running back, but that's actually a strong suit who just has a little bit of burst once he gets to the second level. And then you have Jordan Howard as kind of the thunderback. He can provide some power there in short yard situation. Actually, the worst running back in between the three running through the tackles is Kenny Gainwell, because that's not what his strong suit is. His strong suit is catching balls in the passing game. You can line him out in the slot. You can line him at wide receiver, and he adds an extra dimension to that offense. But you're right. I think you got to go with Boston Scott again, and at least until Miles Sanders gets back. But the Boston Scott-Jordan Howard combination, that was Nick Sirianni's best coaching move to date so far.
Agree. And then let's talk about what Gannon did on defense, because obviously highly critical of his defense. Was it something he did? Are the Lions that bad? Personnel switch? What did you see from the defense?
So, rewatching the game, I think it's both. One, I think Jonathan Gannon wasn't afraid to challenge Jared Goff. I think he knows Jared Goff is not Patrick Mahomes. He's not Tom Brady. They can get to him. And the Lions' offensive line, that was the strength of their team for, I want to say, going into the year, definitely. But, when you lose guys like Jonah Jackson and you got to move Penei Sewell back to left tackle because Taylor Decker's there, that hurts them a bit. So, I think the Eagles knew they could get to Jared Goff. Now, here's the question. Can they replicate this? Should they blitz Justin Herbert? When I wrote my preview this week for CBS, I said, yes, they should take that risk. If they get beat up top by Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, so be it. By the way, Mike Williams' knee injury is a lot more serious than people are laying on. He's only had 4 catches for 46 yards over the last 2 weeks, Mike. That's something to watch out for.
Yeah, my fantasy team is noticing.
So is mine. I have him in 4 leagues.
Yeah, I have him, and he definitely has a downtick. So that information right there is kind of interesting. So that's what you got there. Let's take a look at some of the news and notes around this team, Jeff, and some of the other things happening. One, Eric Wilson released today, waived today. I give him credit for at least admitting, hey, we signed this guy, we paid him, he didn't work out, let's move on. And they're going to throw Davion Taylor, it looks like, into the fire. I give him credit there, even if Taylor is going to make mistakes.
That is one of the benefits of a transition year. You can afford to let these guys go. And to be honest, if Brandon Graham is healthy, I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan Kerrigan was shown the door too. But Kerrigan actually had a decent game on Sunday, and they still value his presence in the locker room. But you're right with Eric Wilson. The snaps were decreasing week in and week out until he eventually became a game day inactive. And the writing was kind of on the wall there. They weren't going to trade him. Obviously, Mike, I'm actually kind of shocked Alex Singleton wasn't involved in that too, because he's been getting fewer snaps, but they need some depth there. And TJ Edwards and Davion Taylor seem to be the best combination for this team going forward.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. Jeff, would you be in or out on adding an Odell Beckham Jr. if he's a free? Because the Eagles are one of the few teams that have the cap space this year to add him, oddly enough, because they didn't have cap space at the beginning of the year. None of the contending teams really could bring him on. It's mostly like Jacksonville, Philadelphia. They have the space to do it. So would you explore it?
I think I would at least take a glance at it. My issue with Odell Beckham is the baggage that comes with him. And it's funny because over the last 48 hours, all the baggage has been from LeBron James and his dad. Like, he hasn't said anything. He shows up to practice today and they tell him to go home. Like, it's clear that the marriage in Cleveland didn't work out. I don't think Odell is as bad as he's been in Cleveland, but I guess he's one of those guys, it's a name to help out the young receivers. I don't know if he would be that big of a help, but he definitely would make this wide receiving corps better. He's definitely a veteran, and we've seen this with receivers in the past. Randy Moss, Andre Rison. I'm going back to Andre Rison. You put them in a better situation, they usually perform. I don't think it hurts to give Odell Beckham a shot. Here's the problem. Will Odell Beckham really want to come here when there's contenders that are after him?
Well, from what I understand, Jeff, and I don't know who's after him, if anybody, I did see 2 teams that were interested. I can't remember the 2 teams.
Saints are one of them.
Okay, the Saints would be higher on the list than Philadelphia, obviously. The thing that I had read was that most contending teams don't have the cap space to bring him in. The two teams I saw that did have cap space were Jacksonville and Philly, and a couple others who are even further out of it. Well, Jacksonville, no one's further out of it than them, but I don't. Maybe the Saints were on that list and I missed them. But that being said, I'm not interested in Odell Beckham. Here's why. I think Stefanski told you all you need to know. He said, I need to do a better job of getting game plan for him. No, you don't. You don't have him in the game plan because he stinks. He's not the same player anymore. If he was the same player, the head coach isn't not game planning for a guy who was Odell Beckham back when he was Odell Beckham. He's not that guy, and Stefanski knows it. That's why he's not in the game plan anymore.
Doesn't it tell you something about Odell Beckham that this team was better offensively without Odell Beckham last year than they were with him? He comes back, and all of a sudden Baker Mayfield's not the same quarterback. And we couldn't figure out why Baker Mayfield was so much better without Odell Beckham. You know why? Because he didn't have to worry about Odell Beckham. And I think that's a problem when you bring a guy with Odell Beckham. Odell Beckham is worried about one person, Odell Beckham.
100%. Now, on the flip side of that, would you bring in Deshaun Jackson?
It's funny because I think he would be great with the Packers and the Chiefs. I wouldn't be against it, but would he want to come back at this point? Does he want to go to a contender? I mean, I think the Andy Reid reunion would be brilliant, and I think him and Aaron Rodgers would be even better. I don't think he's going to Tampa Bay. Someone suggested to me Tampa Bay. I'm like, he ain't going there. I don't think he was too crazy about there to begin with. But yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't be against it. I mean, like you said, Mike, they have the cap space. It's not going to cost them much regardless. I mean, if he wants to do a third tour in Philadelphia, he's more than welcome to. I'm going to be happy with it. Who knows? If the Eagles win this week, they might be able to give him a call and say, hey, you know what? Give a shot here. Want to come back?
Well, I bring this up because a lot of people felt that adding a veteran,
I was one of those guys,
wide receiver was something this team lacked. Is he the right kind of? And look, Rieger, we don't know what the deal was him. I know the injury report just came out. He is. Let me bring it up. Rieger is did not participate day, ankle. I wouldn't imagine he plays this week. That's just me. I don't know anything, but you might need a guy. Having him across from Devonta Smith might help Devonta Smith out.
Well, and Quez Watkins. Here's the thing, too, Mike. We got to remember who the Eagles' fourth and fifth wide receivers are. Greg Warren, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. By the way, here's an Odell Beckham tidbit for you, Mike. You might saw it on my Twitter today. You know Greg Ward has more touchdown catches since the start of the 2019 season than Odell Beckham does. Isn't that something? Him and Golden Tate. Oh, by the way, Golden Tate can't even get a job anymore. So what does that tell you?
Is he out of the league?
Golden Tate's out of the league. Yeah, he's on Good Morning Football every morning now, or at least every time I watch Good Morning Football, he's on there.
Okay, well, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, man, Washington football team, New York Giants. Do either of those two have a shot to turn things around? I don't say turn it around, but are these two teams both like 4-win teams, 5? Like, when you're looking at them right now. Are either of these teams moving in the right direction? Because Washington won the division last year. Here they are. Montez Sweat, by the way, he's going to miss time now with a broken jaw. The Giants, I mean, are we looking at a possibility that you have 3 teams in this division with double-digit losses?
It's crazy to think about this, Mike, because I feel like Washington's season went out of control, like in the second quarter of the first game, Ryan Fitzpatrick went down. It's like that was the one guy they could not afford to go down that early in the year. Like, I think they were anticipating Ryan Fitzpatrick to get hurt, but not if Taylor Heineke start their next 7-8 games. And I think that's what's really hurt. It's not like Heineke's playing bad, but their defense has been such a disappointment this year, and now guys are getting hurt, and they're playing that first-place schedule. It just seems everything has snowballed for Washington so far. I do see a double-digit loss team with them, and I feel they're a team that can bounce back in 2022. But Ron Rivera said it best last week. We are still looking for a franchise quarterback, and we're always going to be looking for a franchise quarterback until we have one. And, There were my colleague Chris Trespasso from CBS said that Washington, the Bills were talking about a deal for Mitch Trubisky, but the Bills kind of backed off on it at the last minute. And I think the reason was because the Bills need a backup quarterback just in case Josh Allen gets hurt. You're not just going to give a guy away like that for free. So I'm looking at it as Washington needs a quarterback. I don't think Ryan Fitzpatrick's coming back anytime soon. It looks like they're going to have to be like my one dynasty team in fantasy football this year. You just got to take the L and move on. I lost J.K. Dobbins. I lost Raheem Mostert. I have no running backs outside of Boston Scott. You just take the L and move on and hope for next year.
Let me get your thoughts on a couple other NFL things. Are you very intrigued by the Green Bay situation?
Oh, I'm more than intrigued. I just wrote a column on Jordan Love. I'm more than intrigued. So I want to see what Jordan Love can do. And I think Matt LaFleur's offense, because he comes from the Kyle Shanahan tree and the Mike Shanahan tree and, the zone reads and the RPOs and, the play action, all that. Jordan Love is an ideal quarterback for that offense. The problem is he as cerebral as Aaron Rodgers? We don't know that. We're going to find out Sunday. I think there's going to be the tools to succeed because the Packers, they can block well, especially in the past. Jordan Love has the athletic ability and he has the big arm. Look, this is like that offense is like a 3-and-D. It's like an NBA offense now. You either hit a layup or you hit a three. You either take the given 5 yards, which Jordan Love is going to have, especially with Devonta Adams and Randall Cobb, or you go for the deep shot. So I think it's meant for him. It's just, can Jordan Love get everything done pre-snap that he needs to do? And that's the big difference between him and Aaron Rodgers right now. So I'm more than intrigued to see what he can do in this offense.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, back on Friday. We'll look deeper at the Eagles and Chargers. We'll get some more NFL thoughts, news, nuggets from him here on the Sports Bash. All right, my man. I'll talk to you Friday.
Yep, I'll be calling you from D.C., Mike. Big wedding for my college roommate this weekend, but
Sweet.
I'll be available for you.
D.C., great town. All right, brother. We'll talk to you then. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. And, of course, he is brought to you by the expert solar team of New Jersey, EMT Solar and Roofing, Solar Guardians. Start your solar journey today. Learn more. Visit espnsolar.com. We'll wrap up the show next. All right, get ready to wrap up a Wednesday show. It was busy today, jam-packed. By the way, Justin in Summers Point, Warren in Cape May Courthouse, I should say, and Quincy in Pleasantville. They were our latest qualifiers for 99 bottles. So congratulations to all those. We'll do 2 more chances tomorrow at 2:55 and 4:55 here on the Sports Bash. Dave Weinberg coming up tonight. I know he has a lot to pontificate about on this Eagles win and moving forward. I wonder if Dave Weinberg, he wouldn't strike me as the kind of guy who's taken a lot from that win in the positive nature, saying they can be a playoff level team. He'll want to see them, do more. I know he doesn't seem to be a big Sirianni guy. Brian Toporek tonight previews the Sixers and the Bulls. I've made the decision that I'm not going to the Sixers game, although I wanted to go. The reason was I want to see the new court. They got the Spectrum court out there tonight. And by the way, I will be getting myself some new Sixers gear. Their new stuff, the new Spectrum gear. Finally, the Sixers got it right. They finally got it right. Have a great night, everybody. Josh has game night up next.